I'm streaming and I'm so excited. I don't know what this accent is. Boy, that's a rough one. That's a rough one. That's a rough accent. But hello, happy May 1st. It's International Workers' Day. So to every one of the workers out there, I applaud you. This is your day. Thank you to unions. Thank you to all of the labor reps. Y'all work so fucking hard. Y'all are the reason that we have 8-hour work days. You are the reason that we have weekdays. So thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. It means a lot. Like it does. So thank you. And yeah, I'm super excited because we got a lot to talk about. For whatever reason, I really want to say wallaby, and I don't know why. Kind of stuck in my head like, oh, wallaby. The wallabies. I don't know. Anyways. Okay. I'm just moving everything around. But I'm very excited because I have some really interesting videos to react to that I have been saving because migraines are fucking awful. I don't think people understand how fucking awful chronic migraines are, especially when it's like the weather is the reason behind them. So for whatever it rains, you feel like death. Whenever it's cloudy but the pressure drops, you feel like death. Like there's not like a single time where like things are like good. So that's awesome. But I really wanted to stream today because I love streaming. It makes me so happy. I just love yapping about politics. So I want to do that. Yep. But let's see what I also have on the docket. I really, really want to talk about this Ken Martin DNC interview that the Pod Johns had because holy fucking shit, was that insane. So I want to do that. Then I also want to talk about like what is May Day? Like, and why is this not like a big thing in America? Because they fucking hate communism. They hate socialism here, and they want to make sure that every second of every day you are miserable here. And there was like a really weird debate that happened on CNN that got a little heated with Scott Jennings that I want to talk about. And then I want to talk about the Gaza flotilla and the big news, Janet Mills fucking drops out. And boy, am I so excited. Chuck Schumer, you have failed yet again. Amazing. So, yeah. Today, I have a shirt that says No Borders. And this is actually from a union. I forget which union. I believe the Farmers Union. What am I looking? Like I can fucking look back there. But like it's from a union. So I had to wear a union rep, union made shirt. In honor of May Day. So yeah. Okay. Let's get into it. First, let's talk about May Day. Let's do that. What is May Day? Why should it be what the fuck is it? Why is it a big deal? Why should it be a big deal? Why should we celebrate it in America? Why, like, just a little bit. I saw these 2 videos. There really wasn't a ton of videos on May Day, which I was not surprised about. So I don't know if there's any other good ones, but these are the 2 that really stuck out to me personally. This one is from AJ Plus.
For millions of workers around the world, the 1st of May is their day. In the late 19th century, American labor unions were fed up. Fed up with being overworked, in dangerous conditions, and with little pay.
16-hour days, barely getting paid. Child labor was on the rise, and on top of that, there was no weekends.
So in 1884, the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions met in Chicago and had one major demand: an 8-hour workday. And on May 1st, 1886, over 300,000 American workers went on strike. 3 days later, thousands of strikers met in Haymarket Square, where a riot broke out between cops and workers. A bomb was thrown into the crowd, killing several people. It was called the Haymarket Massacre. And today, May 1st is known as International Workers' Day. While every country's workers have a different history behind May Day, they all commemorate those who have and continue to give their lives for workers' justice.
One thing as someone who loves history is kind of frustrated about is like May Day was not taught. And I think that it's really upsetting considering that May Day should be taught. Like this should be taught in schools. Like it's such a significant day that I don't understand why it's not taught more throughout America. I understand that we are run by capitalists, but so is other nations, but not as much as here in the United States. Kind of upsetting. This one caught my eye. This came out 23 hours ago. It's by this person, Revolutionary Communists of America. It's Make May Day Communist Again. I'm kind of curious what this is about. So let's kind of watch it together.
Earlier.
Yeah. There we go.
The hated Iran war, Epstein revelations, grinding affordability crisis, and ICE's rampage across the country are driving millions of American workers into struggle against the capitalist system. January's movement in Minneapolis proved that mass working class action can defeat Trump. More importantly, it demonstrated in practice that the American working class is capable of creatively organizing a mass struggle on its own terms when presented with the opportunity. A militant mood is spreading through the US working class, and it's finding an outlet in mass demonstrations. Workers determined to fight back against the system find themselves with few other options. Despite polls showing that 70% of Americans support trade unions, only 10% of workers belong to one.
What? 70% of people support trade unions, but only 10% are in one is absolutely insane.
Liberal labor leaders are incapable of harnessing pro-union sentiment to organize the unorganized.
How excited are you to vote in November? #Unions for Harris.
On the electoral front, the Democratic Party is even more hated than Trump, and no class-independent mass party exists to mobilize workers. Since other avenues for struggle are blocked, protest movements and demonstrations are attracting mass participation. Faced with this pressure from below, the labor leaders, reformists, and a section of the liberals have been forced to revive a revolutionary American tradition, May Day. Also known as International Workers' Day, it has its origins in the intense class struggles of 19th century America. The Socialist International, when it was still led by Marxists, spread this day of militant action worldwide as a part of the struggle for the 8-hour day. Describing the working day in capital, Karl Marx wrote, "Capital is dead labor that, vampire-like, only lives by draining living labor, and lives the more labor it sucks." There are few places where this cold truth was made more concrete, more bloody, than in the Haymarket Massacre, the event that inspired May Day. In the spring of 1886, the American working class was moving. Hundreds of thousands struck across the country for a simple demand: the 8-hour day. The struggle for a
What's crazy is like we've had the 8-hour day for my entire life. I'm 29. And to just know that it was so fucking controversial, that it had such a huge impact, is kind of wild. I mean, 8 hours is already exhausting mentally and physically on your body and on your mind. To know that that is controversial and people were working 16 hours on their feet nonstop, no breaks, because that also wasn't really a thing. It just shows that we as a society take people for granted, and we need to do better. And that's why, to commemorate the hard work of our ancestors, we need to talk about what they did, what they were fighting for, and why it's so significant.
A shorter workday was a direct challenge to the capitalists' right to consume a worker's life. In Chicago, the struggle reached a breaking point. On May 3rd, police opened fire on striking workers, killing at least 4. The next day, a protest was called at Haymarket Square. Around 1,500 workers gathered. Showing incredible restraint in the face of repression, the rally was peaceful. Even Chicago's mayor, Carter Harrison Sr., attended and later reported that there was no danger. As rain fell and the crowd thinned, only a few hundred remained. At that moment, Captain John Blackjack Bonfield marched 125 police into the square, ordering the workers to disperse.
Well, that's rude.
Then, a bomb exploded. Pandemonium followed. Police fired wildly into the crowd. 7 officers died. An unknown number of workers were killed or wounded. What followed was not an investigation, but the state declaring open season on the working class. Police raided homes, arresting hundreds.
What?
They targeted known militants, anarchists, socialists, and communists alike. The bourgeois press howled for blood. 7 men were selected as scapegoats, including the editors of 2 anarchist newspapers, Albert Parsons and August Spies, and Samuel Fielden, a labor activist and Methodist lay preacher. Not one of them was proven to have thrown the bomb. The trial was a farce.
Wait a second. They said all 7 of these people, they all grabbed this bomb together and they threw it into the crowd together. Like, how fucking stupid do you think we are?
Joseph E. Gary consistently sided with the prosecution. The jury was packed with businessmen and clerks hostile to the labor movement. Cook County State's Attorney Julius S. Grinnell made his aim explicit: protecting society and government against enemies bent on their destruction. Evidence was distorted or simply invented. Political beliefs were treated as crimes. Books the defendants may or may not have read were entered into evidence as proof of their guilt.
What?
It didn't matter.
How does them reading have anything to do with the bomb being thrown? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
The verdict had been decided in advance. On November 11, 1887, Parsons, Spies, Adolph Fisher, and George Engel were hanged.
What the
A
fuck?
day earlier, Louis Ling had died in his cell from an apparent suicide. Fielden and Michael Schwab had their sentences commuted to life. While May 1st remains an important focal point of the class struggle in other countries, the American labor leadership shunned May Day for decades due to its overtly revolutionary and communist heritage. But the class polarization in society and the intensifying militant mood engendered by it are forcing more perceptive elements of the labor leadership to finally turn back to May Day, restoring it as a weapon in the hands of the working class. Echoing the Minneapolis general strike of January 23rd, May Day Strong is calling for a day of no work, no school, no shopping on May 1st. It's necessary to make this demand a reality by laying the foundations of a serious struggle. Mass organizations of the working class, like the unions, together with large organizations like the DSA, possess the strength, resources, and authority to build toward.
Here in Long Island, we are doing something for May Day as well. if you have not joined DSA, join DSA. It is a really great way to get involved in your community. But on top of that, what's great about it is you learn things that you may not have learned before. I've learned things every single day being a part of the DSA.
Toward a nationwide general strike. A successful general strike cannot be simply proclaimed. It must be organized. The union leaders could have discussed the May Day initiative at union meetings months ahead to begin preparations. This isn't merely a logistical endeavor. Political motivation is needed to explain to millions of workers why it's worth it for them to strike. Workplace assemblies could have been organized to get broader input, increase participation, and explain the reasons to participate in the May 1st action. Reasons like inflation is eating away at wages and rent is through the roof. The US imperialist adventure in the Middle East is only making things worse. Healthcare is already bankrupting us, even if we have insurance, and the government is proposing more cuts to public services like Medicaid. The billionaires are making a killing, while conditions continue to deteriorate. Yet, it is the working class that produces all the wealth in society, while the parasites at the top spend billions on senseless wars and enjoy their luxuries in private islands. A successful May Day strike would be a show of working class power, striking fear into the hearts of the Epstein class. It would be a signal to the capitalists that the working class movement is back in America. A strike of this kind would be technically illegal under the Taft-Hartley Act, an unjust law that deprives workers of our basic human right to withhold our labor to fight ruthless exploitation.
What?
Labor leaders often use Taft-Hartley as an excuse not to pursue militant action. But workers make up the vast majority of society. If we all
I will always say this: there is more of you than there is more of you than they are of them. There is more of you, the working class, than there are of the bourgeoisie, the rich, the powerful. You have more power than you think.
While strike is won, there is nothing that can stop us. Certainly not a single piece of undemocratic legislation. And if the rulers try to enforce it, we'll extend and expand the strike. This kind of class struggle message would get an overwhelmingly positive response. Workers and youth who are already angry at the billionaires would be even more compelled to play an active role in coordinating the struggle, spreading it through neighborhood assemblies in their schools and among their families and friends. Unfortunately, the current labor leaders did not take this approach. This brings into sharp focus the need to build a revolutionary party. Such a party could, over time, establish communist nuclei in key workplaces and unions. On that basis, a core of communist activists could spread the program to mobilize the rank and file, while exerting pressure on the existing leadership to do more. The Revolutionary Communists of America welcomes and celebrates the growing movement for May Day, and we are mobilizing our forces to participate in dozens of cities. May Day cannot be allowed to fall under the sway of the liberals. They are anxious about the November midterm elections and want to turn this year's May Day demonstrations into pep rallies for the anti-worker Democratic Party, converting mass working class energy into a toothless spectacle. To fight against Trump, we can't wait until the midterms to elect Democrats who are every bit as much our enemies as the GOP. On the contrary, militant workers should pull the plug on the hated Democrats. As the struggle in Minneapolis vividly demonstrated, we as the US working class are more than capable of taking matters into our own hands. Workers and young people in America have grown tired of meaningless actions. They want to take a real fight to Trump and this rotten system. The unions involved in May Day Strong, along with DSA, should promote and convene mass workers' assemblies during the May Day demonstrations, where serious preparations can be made for a future nationwide general strike. A massive May Day turnout could reveal the contours of a new workers' party, provided this struggle is armed with class-independent politics which point the way to a workers' government. We, the Revolutionary Communists of America, say, all out for May Day. Union leaders, organize a general strike. Build a party of the working class. Down with Trump's war. Workers of the world, unite.
Hey, well, that was a good video. Let's see what the comments say. Oh, you know what? Excellent work as always, comrades. Our labor creates all wealth. We need it to be controlled by us. That is the kind of content we need on May Day. The parasites at the top of the pyramid scheme need to have their brains studied. There's something wrong in their heads, or like their souls. Yes, sir, we must take May Day communist again. I'll be out tabling for the RCA in Southern Indiana. Solidarity forever. So that's, I mean, it's what's really sad is like what they were spitting was just facts, like straight up historical facts. But because it has communism or socialism, it's considered naughty and bad. And it's like, grow up. It's very frustrating. I want to send this knife to the DSA. Dum, dum. Okay. So there's that. Like it, so it gets it. So yeah, that was just a few kind of like backgrounds on May Day. Personally, I didn't know a lot about May Day. I've had to do my own research. Because like I said, it was never taught in school. And as someone who literally has a history degree, you would think that May Day is a very important day to be talked about. And unfortunately, it wasn't talked about, which is a pretty big bummer. So yeah. Okay, let's talk about what happened with SCOTUS. This was absolutely devastating. The Supreme Court just gave such a fuck you to Voter Rights Act, and it's oh my god.
Republican Congressman Mike Herodopoulos of Florida joins us now live. So the new map, Congressman, could deliver 4 more Republican seats. How big of a game changer is not just this map, but that Supreme Court decision for Republicans moving forward?
Well, I think it's a fantastic win for Republicans. But the good news is
I think it's a fantastic way to destroy democracy is really what he's trying to say.
we follow the law. As you know, Mark and Charla, in Florida, we follow the law. And if you look at our map, unlike the maps in, let's say, Virginia or in states like Illinois, ours look logical. They're not these crazy Rorschach tests that take place. They're actually keeping counties and cities together and representing the changes that happened in Florida. Remember when Ron DeSantis was first?
Look at this. Look at this. What could happen without Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which they repealed? That's fucking insane. But I truly believe that Republicans are so fucking despised that this is going to not be this. I do not believe that this is going to be red. I think it's either going to be purple or more blue, because people are fucking sick and tired of Republicans. They realize Republicans are fucking fascists and are destroying this country, and they don't want to be a part of it. Like, look at this. Like, this is disgusting. This is absolutely disgusting. This is egregious. This should piss you off. Like, look at this.
First elected governor almost 8 years ago, there are 400,000 more registered Democrats. Today, there are 1.5 million more registered Republicans. And so this map represents what's really happening in the Sunshine State.
And we know that the Supreme Court just struck a major blow against race-based map drawing. Does that finally put an end to Democrats' attempts to gerrymander through the courts, not just in...
That's really funny that this bitch said something about gerrymandering, considering that's all the Republicans fucking do is gerrymander. That's all they do. It started in Texas. Then they got mad when California said, no, we got to bet. Then they got mad when Virginia down passed it with the help of their voters who voted, no, we want you to fix this maps so we can have more Democrats, because fuck the Republicans.
Florida, but really the whole South?
I think you're exactly right. You're looking at the new potential map. We need to move away from race. Of course, Barack Obama was elected president back in 2008. America has moved on. We need to draw maps based on the realities of a state. And that's exactly what's going to happen, I believe, in the near future. And the Supreme Court has affirmed this. I think it'll probably mean a big win for Republicans. And it kind of represents what we've all seen for years in the map when we run for president, when so many counties go for Republicans, but those huge urban areas are where Democrats run up big majorities. And so when you draw maps, of course, you want to keep them tighter together. It means that Democrats are not going to do as well as Republicans. And I think that this is going to be a big win for conservatives, but most importantly, for fairness in districts, unlike what.
How does changing the map have anything to do with fairness? You're changing a map because you don't want Black and brown people to have representation. There's nothing fair about it.
What we saw again in states like Virginia just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I do want to switch gears, Congressman. It's the longest shutdown of the federal government in U.S. history.
Okay, I don't care. That's not my problem.
We begin today's show looking at the U.S. Supreme Court's gutting of a key part of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. On Wednesday, in a 6-3 decision, the court struck down Louisiana's voting map that was designed to create a second majority Black district in the state, where African Americans have long faced racial segregation and barriers to voting. The 6 conservative justices on the court ruled Louisiana's map, quote, relied too heavily on race and unfairly favored Black voters over white voters. In her dissent, Justice Elena Kagan described the ruling as the, quote, latest chapter in the majority's now completed demolition of the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah.
Kagan warned that the ruling will give states the power to draw congressional maps to disenfranchise voters of color. She wrote, quote, minority voters can now be cracked out of the electoral process.
Republican politicians rapidly seized on Wednesday's ruling. The Washington Post reports Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry told Republican House candidates he plans to suspend the May 16th primary elections so state lawmakers can pass a new congressional map first.
That's, I think, egregious. So their elections already started. Mail-in ballots already went through. And he's like, now that we have this ruling, I'm going to stop elections, even though we're 2 days away from early voting, so we can redo maps. That's election interference. That's voter suppression to a fucking T.
First. Meanwhile, in a special session on Wednesday, Florida lawmakers approved a new congressional map designed to give Republicans 4 additional U.S. House seats in the midterm elections in November. On Wednesday, members of the Congressional Black Caucus gathered to condemn the Supreme Court ruling. This is Alabama Congressmember Terry Sewell.
Today, the far-right Supreme Court has dealt a devastating blow to our democracy and to the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It will pave the way for the greatest reduction in representation for Black and minority voters since the years following Reconstruction. What the court did today makes it easier for bad state actors to silence the voices of Black voters and harder to challenge the discrimination in court. With this decision, the extremists on the Supreme Court have completed their decades-long crusade to gut the Voting Rights Act of 1965. They willingly dismiss generations of legal precedent, of congressional intent, and the will of the American people. In doing so, they have given a green light to Donald Trump's partisan voter suppression scheme. Instead of responding to the will of the people and changing course, Trump and Republicans are trying to erode our democracy and suppress the vote to escape accountability at the ballot box. They're looking to steal the election. And we in the Congressional Black Caucus say no. No. We say hell no. Hell no. Not without a fight. I am a daughter of Selma, Alabama, and I grew up in the shadow of the civil rights movement. The foot soldiers who marched across that bridge were my neighbors, my church members, my parishioners, and my babysitters. I am here to tell you that the progress secured by those foot soldiers is being erased before our very eyes. And we say no.
No.
We say hell no.
Hell no.
Not on our watch.
That was Democratic Congressmember Terry Sewell of Alabama. We're joined now by Maya Wiley, President and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, longtime civil rights attorney. Maya, thanks so much for being with us. If you can address our global audience and talk about the significance of the Voting Rights Act and what happened with yesterday's ruling.
Well, first of all, Amy, thank you for having me and thank you for this conversation. This is central to whether or not we maintain a multiracial democracy in this country and a real way for Black people, for Latinos, for Native Americans and Asian Americans to have a real opportunity to say who leads us. It is that simple, but if you put it in context, let's put it in context. You know, not only you heard from Representative Terry Sewell, who is an amazing leader on voting rights, and from the place where Black people marched along with white allies and faced not just attack, even threats of death, hospitalization, simply for peacefully marching for the right to vote. I say that because what they won by putting their bodies on the line was the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, the nation's largest and most diverse civil rights coalition, helped win. But what winning the Voting Rights Act did was take us from a place where there was virtually no representation in Congress or in state houses, because even in states like Alabama, like Louisiana, like so many other states where we had large percentages of Black people, also later Latinos as that population has grown, and Asian Americans, or in states with Native American populations that are large, did not have people who had to be accountable, because you could simply gerrymander, draw a map that was not fair in terms of interests of community, of the types of things communities would demand, that enabled people to get together and say, who's going to be our candidate? Who's going to solve our problems? Who's going to show up and speak to our needs? And we changed that because essentially Congress did something extremely important. It said, you know what? Yes, intentional discrimination we know is unconstitutional. But what we have is a country that has segregated people by race. What we have as a country is such a long history of hiding the ability to steal power from Black people or from Latinos in all kinds of ways that don't even have to name it. We're going to look at the impact. If the impact on a voting decision, on a way of organizing the process of voting, means that the effect is that a large number of Black people or Latinos or anybody based on race will not have a fair opportunity to decide who leads us, that violates the Voting Rights Act. And the reason that was so critical is, you know, even if it was bean counting or naming the number of judges that existed in state courts, or all the ridiculous things that were thrown as intentional hurdles to Black people voting in the South, for example, didn't say race, didn't name it. And so what Justice Alito and this really radicalized right-wing majority did was say, because we think that we shouldn't be able to say anything about partisan politics, we're not just going to create a loophole. We're going to create the sunken place where essentially any politicians who are controlling the politics of a state can just say, we're not discriminating. We just want to win. And we will win if Black people can't have a district where they have the ability to say who leads them. Because rather than competing for our votes, rather than trying to find the kinds of coalitions of the willing to create and create solutions to problems we all share. They'd rather just figure out a way to stay in power. That means state house races. That means school board races, but it also means who leads us in this country and whether or not we have a congressional Black caucus who makes arguments for civil rights, but also for things like access to healthcare, or a Latino caucus where we have enough political power to say you can't ignore how we are being treated. And the Supreme Court said we will turn not only a blind eye, we will have our eyes wide open and say, you can't prove it.
So, Maya, the principal provision in the Voting Rights Act is Section 2, which this ruling has effectively eviscerated. If you could explain what Section 2 calls for.
Yeah, and that's what I was just summarizing was basically what Section 2 says. So first of all, let me just say this, because especially not just for a global audience, for a national audience, the context in which Representative Sewell said this is a decades-long fight to take away our rights and our ability to have leaders who look like us and who represent us. And that is that this Supreme Court said, first of all, took away Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. This is a section that said, there has been so many shenanigans in blocking people of color, Black, Latino, Native American, Asian, from being able to vote, that we need a provision that says you have to get pre-clearance. If you have a long history of racial discrimination in this area, you have to have the Department of Justice say it's okay how you draw your electoral map or how you design other systems around voting, like early voting systems or where you have polling sites. And when this Supreme Court in 2013 said, you know what, we're going to say you haven't, history has changed. We're doing such a great job in the United States. You don't have to do that anymore. That opened the floodgates, for now what created a huge gap in voter turnout because we just had barrier after barrier after barrier thrown in our way, including on how maps were drawn. That means we have states that aren't representing the real population of those states. But Section 2 remained. Section 2 said, okay, but you can still sue. You can still bring a lawsuit if a state does anything that has the effect of making it harder for you to have a real opportunity as a Black community, as a Latino community, as a Native American community, to say who leads us, to participate in the process of voting. If it impacts you and it is clear that it impacts you, then we're going to say it's not okay. We're going to say it's discriminatory. What this Supreme Court said is really hard to prove intent. In fact, it's so hard to prove intent that we're going to say, even though Congress said you don't have to show that someone hates you, you don't have to show that any politicians are saying we just don't want Black people voting, we're going to say it's fine to prevent large numbers of Black people from being represented or make it harder for large numbers of Latino people to get access to a poll or Native Americans. We're going to say that's okay unless you can show us a rabid racist. Even though Congress said, no, it's just about the effect. It's just about the outcome. So when they did this yesterday, what they were saying and what Justice Kagan in her dissent said is, y'all just giving them a free pass to discriminate. And all they have to do it is say, it's just good for Republicans. And I'm saying that because that's who's running around right now saying, let's change all our maps. Democrats are now going to do it too, had started doing it. But it's just creating a new kind of civil war about who wants to have our votes. And if you're already in control in a state house, all you have to do to discriminate is say, yeah, it's just good for our party.
Well, and the New York Times reported, and this is in terms of the midterms coming up later this year, that hours after the ruling, Florida's legislature approved a new map.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Well, let me look it up because I'm pretty sure Florida's had a ruling that their voters said no more gerrymandering. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Did Florida rulers vote? I didn't write Florida. Did vote for no more gerrymandering? Okay, so let's break it down. So this is from WLRN. It says DeSantis slammed for ripping up voter approved Florida amendment in gerrymandering push. Okay, see, that's what I thought. With his new congressional maps heavily favoring Republicans, Governor Ron DeSantis is unilaterally declaring unconstitutional the 2010 Fair Districts Amendment that state voters overwhelmingly approved, say statewide and national Democrats, along with the Miami attorney who got the amendment on the ballot. Nearly 63% of voters in Florida passed the 2010 Fair Districts Amendment in 2010. What Governor DeSantis is doing here is exactly why the people of Florida passed the Fair Districting Amendments, said Ellen Frieden, who spearheaded the 2010 amendment effort. The proposed map could move Florida from having 20 Republican-held districts and 8 Democrat-held districts to a potential 24 Republican-held to 4 Democratic-held split. In a memo that the Florida legislature, the governor's office spelled out why it believes the 2010 constitutional amendment is unconstitutional, saying that the office expects the U.S. Supreme Court to soon make a ruling that could allow it to do so. But Frieden pointed out to WLRN that the U.S. Supreme Court has cited the state's 2010 Fair Districts Amendment in an approving fashion. In 2018, opinion written by Chief Justice John Roberts on racial gerrymandering, the U.S. Supreme Court cited the FDA as a positive example of how courts can address gerrymandering without the action of Congress or the U.S. Supreme Court. The court wrote, "There is no Fair Districts Amendment to the federal Constitution." In a note examining why Florida should redraw its congressional maps mid-decade, David Axelman, the general counsel of DeSantis' office, wrote that the U.S. Supreme Court has signaled that using race in drawing congressional maps is unconstitutional, and that he is using that signaling as a basis for declaring unconstitutional the 2010 ballot amendment. The 2010 amendment said that districts shall not be drawn to deny racial or language minorities the equal opportunity to participate in the political process and elect representatives of their choice, and also forbids Florida from drawing lines to favor or disfavor a specific political party. The race-based requirements of the FDA also cannot be severed from the other requirements of the FDA. The FDA was sold to the voters as a package. There was no severability provision included in the FDA when it was presented to the voters. And because one part is unconstitutional, there's limited reason to think that voters would have approved the remaining parts by themselves, wrote Axelman. The effect: the entire 2010 amendment has been deemed unconstitutional by the governor's office. Court decision or no court decision, they should not have that much power. It was voted in by the voters. One government's office should not have that much fucking power. Declaring the 2010 ballot amendment as effectively null and void would have far-reaching impacts on Florida politics for generations to come. Frieden said she has never heard of making a legal decision based on a non-existent court ruling. The amendments haven't been held unconstitutional. They haven't been even held partially unconstitutional, but yet he has decided that he wants to call these amendments unconstitutional. It makes no sense, said Frieden. He's got a bunch of imaginary reasons why he thinks that the fair districting amendments are unconstitutional, none of which has been ever presented to a court, much less decided by a court, and his goal here is to be able to rig districts for political purposes. Shame on Governor DeSantis, she added, that he is actually willing to publicly state that he's making a move that impacts every voter in the state of Florida when no court has ever given him authorization to do something like that. Maps cannot be drawn to favor a political party. Other Democratic critics joined in slamming DeSantis' move to update congressional maps and occupying justification, even while pointing at the 2010 amendment that the governor considers null and void. The Florida Constitution is explicit. Maps cannot be drawn to favor a political party, said Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried in a statement on Monday after the governor presented the new congressional map to the Florida legislature that gives the GOP up to 4 seats. DeSantis is not just breaking the law. He's ignoring his own constituents to do it, she said. In a post on X, House Democrat leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York said the DeSantis proposal blatantly violates Florida's Fair Districts Amendment banning partisan gerrymandering. It also violates the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution by nakedly targeting communities of color. Jeffries wrote, "See you in court." God, he's such a bad fucking communicator. He could, someone could have easily communicated that better than him, but he just fucking sucks at it. The idea of drawing districts in a way to elect representatives of their choice goes back to the Voting Rights Act of 1965 that required some states to draw district lines to allow African Americans to vote as a bloc and not have their voices be diluted among other non-minority areas. Florida has long been forced to draw these lines for certain districts in order to comply with federal law. Since Black voters overwhelmingly vote for Democrats as a bloc, this provision has long angered many Florida Republicans since it effectively created court-ordered Democratic districts. Cry me a fucking river. That's the law is a fucking law. DeSantis' office expects the Supreme Court to declare that section of the Voting Rights Act unconstitutional, which in the future would allow for this kind of move to be made. I just don't understand how it would be allowed to be made, considering that the constituents were the ones that voted for this specific move. So I don't really understand that. Nationwide tit-for-tat redistricting battle. The current redistricting battle takes place on national stage where states have been locked in a tit-for-tat escalating battle to redraw congressional districts mid-decade. The fight started when President Trump asked Texas to redraw lines to benefit Republicans ahead of the midterm elections in November. In responding to Texas' move, California chose to punch back and draw lines to benefit Democrats to even the stakes. But to do so, California voters first had to amend their state constitution, which provides for an independent body to draw a congressional lines before going ahead with redrawing maps. In Florida's case, DeSantis simply declared the existing constitution is illegal, so it can charge ahead with redistricting to benefit Republicans. The Florida Democratic Party's Fried accused the governor of drawing up, quote, "This is illegal, hyper-partisan new map that, quote, was drawn explicitly at the request of Donald Trump. If the Florida legislature moves forward with approving the heavily gerrymandered maps, the attorney Frieden warned that it would be subjected to extended litigation. The new maps would certainly uncertainty mere months before primary elections are set to take place in August. Ron DeSantis is trying to protect the political power of his political party at the expense of the voters of the state of Florida. He's rigging this. He is rigging districts to try and help Republicans, and that's illegal and unconstitutional under the Fair Districts Amendment, said Frieden. The note to the Florida legislature from Vaxman said the proposed new districts were drawn in a way that did, quote, take race into consideration at all. And the move was immediately praised by the Florida Republican Party, even as many have voiced their skepticism about the wisdom of redrawing maps in this fashion. Republicans now hold a more than 1.5 million voter registration advantage in Florida, and our congressional map should reflect the will of the voters who are shaping the future, Florida GOP Chairman Evan Powers said in a statement. By redistricting, no, if you literally thought that you had 1.5 million voters advantage, then you should feel comfortable enough that you were going to win. Why don't you feel comfortable enough? Is it because Daddy Trump told you not to? The Republican Party of Florida strongly supports this new map and thanks Governor Ron DeSantis for his leadership for bringing it forward. It is fair, it is justified, and it is long overdue. Fuck him. Hi, Linton. What a piece of shit. What a fucking piece of shit.
That could give Republicans as many as 4 new seats in the state's congressional delegation, and other states are expected to follow. If you could talk about the implications of that.
Yeah, I mean, this is This is why this opinion is a devastating blow, because it has literally, states have been organizing around this.
I do not understand what billionaires think the final outcome of all of this is. If no one has a living wage, they cannot buy your products, pay for your services, or rent the properties being owned and hoarded. At that point, does the whole thing not just collapse? That's a great point. I have no idea what they think. Because also, I think about AI a lot. I think about, well, if 20% of your average jobs are going to AI, okay, then you have 20% less of the workforce. That means they don't have money, like you said, to spend on products. So then the economy collapses. And right now we're already in an AI bubble that is going to burst. And what's going to happen then? Like, I don't really understand why they think that they are going to get away with everything. Also, another thing is, do they not understand that products need to be made by the working class? Like all of their shirts, all of their pants, like everything that they love, all their bougie shit literally is made with the hands of working class people. And yet they refuse to give them livable wages. They refuse to treat them right. They refuse to give them health care. They refuse to make sure that they are not homeless. It is egregious. It is absolutely egregious. And it just doesn't make sense to me how in the wealthiest country in the world, this is allowed. So I don't know how it will not collapse. I don't, because they are making it seem like everything's going to be all dandy. Everyone wants AI. AI is a good thing. Meanwhile, literally, AI is destroying the working class. It's ruining jobs. It's not making things better. Also, it's doing a fucking terrible job. Like, they're not doing good jobs. So I don't know. That's a good question.
This for a while. And as we know, Donald Trump asked for states like Texas, other states, to rig their maps to guarantee an outcome for Republicans so they could hold on to that, to the U.S. Congress, to the House. And it was blatant, right? But what that means is you go for people of color. You go to draw maps that we call either packing or cracking communities of color. We've got racial segregation. We've got communities that are majority people of some kind of color. They're not without some diversity, but where there really is a large segment of people who live near each other, have shared interests. And so Republicans started preparing those maps. In some instances, we're already passing them. That's why we had this lawsuit in the first place. And then, but as we have seen, they were just waiting for permission to say, it's politics, it's partisan. And so Florida's had a long stretch of this. By the way, let's remember, for many in your audience may not remember this, after Barack Obama won election in 2008, and as we were approaching the 2012 elections, we saw all of a sudden claims that there was voter fraud, that undocumented immigrants were voting, that we had to make it much more difficult to prove you had the ability to vote lawfully. And what that did was disenfranchise a lot of people of color. But we had Republican Party head in Florida, Republican Party head in Pennsylvania saying that quiet part out loud is we can deliver an election this way. And so it's not surprising to now see Florida or Louisiana or Alabama or Missouri, any of these states saying, game on. Now we're going to use this to make sure that large segments of our population who are people of color don't count.
Maya Wiley, I want to ask you about another attack on civil rights. Last week, the Justice Department indicted the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, on an 11-count federal fraud case. The case centers on the center's history of paying people to infiltrate white supremacist groups, including the Ku Klux Klan, the Aryan Nation, and the National Alliance. The Southern Poverty Law Center rejected the charges as politically motivated, saying its informant program was used to monitor threats of violence and that the information gathered was routinely shared with local and federal law enforcement. On Sunday, President Trump spoke to 60 Minutes and claimed without proof that the deadly white nationalists Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in 2017 was, quote, all funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center.
I see these no kings, which are funded just like the Southern Law was funded. You saw all that. Southern Law is financing the KKK and lots of other radical, terrible groups. And then they go out and they say, oh, we've got to stop the KKK. And yet they give them hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars. It's a total scam run by the Democrats. It shows you that, like Charlottesville was all funded by the Southern Law. That was.
I will never forget him saying there are good people on both sides after Charlottesville. I will never forget that. And this motherfucker has the audacity to say this bullshit when he said after someone was murdered, there are good people on both sides.
The Southern Law deal too, and it was done to make me look bad, and it turned out to be a total fake. It basically was a rigged election. This was a part of the rigging of the election.
So, Maya Wiley, you recently wrote an article headlined "Why I Support the Southern Poverty Law Center." Can you explain the SPLC, what it is, and the significance of this indictment?
I certainly can, and it's connected to the conversation we just had. First of all, let me be candid. The Southern Poverty Law Center is a member organization of our over 200 national organizational coalition that is the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. I know them well. I work with them. Let me just say this. Its history is founded on fighting racism, fighting hatred, and fighting extremism. It is its mission, and it is one that it acquitted when people were bombed for demanding their civil rights by racists, by extremists. It brought the Ku Klux Klan, after it lynched a black man in the early 1980s, it brought a civil rights suit that bankrupted it. It runs a tracking program to identify hate groups, track whether they're growing or shrinking. They did this after January 6th. They had been tracking the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, the foot soldiers of the violence in January 6th. Remember, the Proud Boys are the ones that Donald Trump himself, when he ran for president, it's told to stand by as if they were at his command, and that was before January 6, 2021. The Unite the Right rally was the very rally that Donald Trump had said they're good and bad people on both sides when they were chanting, Jews will not replace us, when their links to anti-Semitism, neo-Nazism, and white supremacy was clear. And the reason I'm saying this is what Southern Poverty Law Center has done is, in addition to ensuring that people know about their rights to vote, in addition to fighting for voting rights in the South, in addition to doing all the things it can to ensure that people have a voice about whether or not they can see a doctor when they're sick, or whether or not they have a fair wage for the work they do. That the other thing they do is track hate in this country, but that has exposed allies of Donald Trump. It has exposed people who are in its administration. It has exposed the very connections that he himself has publicly stated, or that people he is in close relationship have publicly been seen in relationship with. The reason I say all of that is because when I stand by them because I know what this is. It's political persecution because you have some power of advocacy in voice around the very civil rights we have been fighting for in this country so that we have a democracy that serves all our needs. And they track hate across the board, not with political ideology other than whether it's extremism. And it matters so much because we're watching a politics that is trying to erase the fact that racism exists. Todd Blanche, on announcing this indictment, said it out loud. He said,
I cannot wait till Todd Blanche is in jail. Just saying.
They're trying to say that racism is real when it's not. That's basically what those aren't his words, but those were the import of his words. Donald Trump has publicly said that the civil rights laws hurt white men. That's actually a white nationalist trope and talking point. Not to mention how many times we've seen white supremacy and neo-Nazism, the rise of hate and anti-Semitism in this country. SPLC's been fighting it. So all I can say is there's a pattern in the development of tyranny in countries across the globe where the person who wants to have that power finds ways to discredit the lawful advocacy of organizations that are fighting to ensure that democracy survives. But democracy doesn't survive in lies, and everything we just heard was a lie.
We just have 10 seconds. Do you think other groups are next? You represent scores of groups similar to the SPLC.
We've had hundreds of organizations refuse to be afraid of this administration weaponizing government against lawful activity. Hundreds have. But one of the reasons is because everyone understands that this administration has been signaling in multiple ways that it is going to find ways to punish anyone it disagrees with. So yes, I expect that we will see this audition from Todd Blanche to be the people's lawyer is Todd Blanche's audition to show, I'll go after anyone you want me to because we don't like them.
Maya Wiley, I want to thank you for being with us.
I really like Maya Wiley. I really respect her. I want to see what Chris Hayes says about the Supreme Court also.
Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, John Roberts, has spent basically his entire career, starting when he was just a little-known Reagan White House staffer, in pursuit of one major goal: eliminating the Voting Rights Act of 1965.
I wish the worst on that man.
Has been
I
chipping
really
away
do.
at the law bit by bit for years, and today he may have dealt the final blow. Technically, today's ruling was about new congressional maps in Louisiana. Back in 2020, the state tried to draw maps with only one majority black district, even though black residents make up a third of the state's population. A lower court ruled that the VRA required a second majority black district to ensure adequate representation for those voters. Well, today the Supreme Court disagreed. In a 6-3 ruling along ideological lines, the conservatives on the court, including all three Trump-appointed justices, struck down those maps, and in doing so also gutted enforcement of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, specifically as it relates to racial gerrymandering. While the conservatives denied what they were doing, they didn't explicitly strike down all the section. As Justice Elena Kagan pointed out in her dissent, quote, today's decision renders Section 2 all but a dead letter. As it stands, it seems as though states across the country, most notably in the South, are going to be able to rewrite their districts to essentially ensure the mass disenfranchisement of black voters by denying them the opportunity to elect their own representatives.
What's really frustrating and something that I noticed is like this was not really talked about a lot. Like it's already like out of the news. And so that's why I'm trying to bring more light to it, because I think it's so important to understand the detriment and the fact that our ancestors, not even like our grandparents, fought for this, and it's already being ripped apart by fucking white supremacist Nazis. Like, it is detrimental.
That means they're going to go around and crack apart these majority-minority districts in states like Tennessee and Mississippi and Alabama, Louisiana, and Florida, where just hours after the Supreme Court ruling, the legislature approved new gerrymandered maps in order to dilute the political power of black voters. I mean, the consequences of this ruling today could deal essentially a fatal blow to our current version of multiracial democracy, where we have many black elected politicians up and down the ballot. The struggle to achieve that vision of democracy has always faced fierce political opposition. I mean, after the Civil War, radical Republicans wrote the Reconstruction Amendment, 13, 14, 15 Amendment, and for about 8 years, it inaugurated the first true era of multiracial democracy in the United States. There were black state legislators, state senators, congressmen, senators. Black voting registration and white voting registration levels were equal. And that era was destroyed. It was destroyed by white supremacist violence and terrorism, the Klan. But it was destroyed with the crucial assistance of the Supreme Court.
Honestly, we need to get rid of the Supreme Court. They've done nothing but cause harm. They've done nothing but cause harm. We really should not rely on the Supreme Court anymore. Like, Biden refused to pack the courts. Then Obama refused to codify Roe. Like, they've done nothing but cause fucking harm. How many of them? Less than 10 people should not have that much power. No. Less than 10 people should not have that much fucking power and be there for life. No. No. You will never convince me that the Supreme Court is good, considering that they have unlimited everything. They don't have to retire. They can just die there, which we've seen Ruth Bader Ginsburg do. It's just going to piss me off. Like, we have seen the Supreme Court cause so much harm to this country because of the sheer hatred for Black and brown people by presidents and then by the Supreme Court justices, that they are just driven on hate rather than driven on the justice of law. It's disgusting.
Series of rulings that helped usher in decades of Jim Crow oppression and political terror. And it was about a century later, nearly 200 years after our country's founding, that Congress passed the VRA to once again bring us closer to true multiracial representation. I mean, basically, the Voting Rights Act 1965 was done to revive the portions of our Constitution the Supreme Court had destroyed. Now, more than half a century after that, the Supreme Court has done it again. They've once again intervened to pull us back towards the policies of Jim Crow. Sherilyn Ifill's a founding director of the 14th Amendment Center for Law and Democracy at Howard University. She was previously president, director of the Council for the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, also the author of Sherilyn's newsletter on Substack, where she wrote about today's ruling. She's been litigating voting rights for decades, and she joins me now. I first just want to get your takeaway of the decision about how bad it is, a scale of 1 to 10, how catastrophic we should think of it, what if there's anything to salvage out of it.
This is feeling about like a 12, Chris. It's bad. Maybe there are things to salvage out of it. I'm not seeing them at this moment. And frankly, I don't think it does us any good to get to the salvaging stage. I think we have to deal head on with what has happened here and what it means.
Tell me what has happened and what you think it means.
Well, I described in the piece I wrote that, the Supreme Court has, dropped the other shoe on the Voting Rights Act. In 2013, they all but gutted Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, leaving it standing hollow, removing the preclearance provision from the Voting Rights Act that was supposed to allow us to stop racial discrimination in voting practices before they were enacted. And when they did that, the Supreme Court said, the conservative majority said, you still have Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which allows you to sue, to bring cases challenging discriminatory racial practices or districts. Ever since then, we've been kind of waiting for this, but now it has happened. The Supreme Court has essentially done to Section 5 what they did to Section 2. And it's pretty shocking in the context of this case, to be perfectly honest. That makes it even more kind of insulting. But I think what you said at the top, Chris, is that, this is not just about a congressional district in Louisiana. This is about Black representation and voice. This is about multiracial democracy. So many of us, didn't live in the period when there was so little Black representation. You talked about the Reconstruction period. We had 8 Black members of Congress during Reconstruction. We didn't return to that number until 1969. Chris. And the reason we didn't return to that number is all the things that you've described. It was the Supreme Court really gutting the power of the 14th Amendment. It was violence. It was Congress not passing civil rights statutes. All of that was there. But if we think it can't happen, that's what happened. We had representation, and then we had none for decades because of voter suppression, because of gerrymandering, and so forth. And so this step by the Supreme Court is incredibly consequential and important, and we have to look at it with clear eyes.
I want to show this graph this chart of Black elected representatives in the country before and after the Voting Rights Act, which I think we have, which I always think about this chart. I mean, There it is right there, right? Like what you were saying.
Mm-hmm. Look at the Senate. That's sad. The Senate, there's nothing. Look at the Senate. The House is incredible, but the Senate, wow. That's devastating.
That little bump in the beginning, which is Reconstruction, and then basically none during the Jim Crow era, and then the Voting Rights Act. And there's another chart that also shows the progression that we're talking about. This is the registration rates between black and white folks over that period of time. And you see that black line is black voter registration, which is on par with white folks during that brief period of Reconstruction. It basically goes to zero, and then it goes back up. So this is what it's meant. What, in a tangible sense, I mean, the first thing you're going to see, I think, is Republican-controlled southern states target the congressional districts that black people represent. I mean, you have Tate Reeves in Mississippi already calling to eliminate the only majority black House district in Mississippi is one of the blackest states in the nation. And we're going to see more of that, I think, as the immediate moves, do you suspect?
Yeah, I certainly do. I think I saw before I came on that Louisiana was thinking about postponing its election for this year.
Which they did, which is fucking diabolical.
Again, Chris, we should remember that, Louisiana, Georgia, and Mississippi had no black representatives, in 1970, right? And these are places where the black population, in Mississippi was 35%. So if we're thinking that it can't happen, we should know that quite recently, before the Voting Rights Act, that's what we had. And the 1982 amendments, which essentially is what the court really struck down. They will say they didn't strike it down, but they did. They struck down the effects test. This is something that justices on this court have been against for 40 years. John Roberts was a lawyer in the Department of Justice fighting against the 1982 amendments to the Voting Rights Act, calling them a radical experiment. He was the point person in the Department of Justice to try and defeat this amendment to the Voting Rights Act in 1982. It's taken him decades, but now he has defeated it. But the point of the amendment was that they understood that Southern jurisdictions were wising up and they were not on the record saying explicitly racist things. And so they needed to change the test to allow people to be able to get at discrimination as it presented itself at that time. So what we're seeing now is just the court finally getting what they wanted, at least what some members of them have wanted for some time, which is to create this insurmountable barrier to black voters who are seeking to have their voice and their representation, not just in Congress, but think about your city council districts, your county commission districts, your judicial districts, every place where there is districting that has allowed for black and, of course, Latino also representation is going to have to be on alert and looking for how we manage to keep black voices having power in the political sphere.
One of the things I think it's difficult about covering this court, or the court in general, this court, is it can, when we cover Donald Trump, or we cover the Republicans in the Senate, or the cover, other electeds, right? There's some sense in which there's this kind of democratic agency, right? Like a bunch of Republicans are going to stand for office in the midterms, and if you're really unhappy with the direction of the country, right? Like people can express that. With the court, it always feels like I'm sort of bashing my head against a brick wall a little bit. Today is one of those days where it feels that way, particularly like how do you think about what needs to be done if and when Democrats have power again to change this court that feels incredibly out of control?
I mean, I don't even think they could do anything because Trump's still going to be the president. That's the problem. But also, they need to be more radical. And I know radical sounds so controversial, but I'm sorry, Biden literally should have packed that fucking court and he didn't. And look what fucking happened. Roe was overturned. The Voting Rights Act is now being overturned. I just don't understand how Democrats complain, and when being told by leftists, here, do this, be more aggressive, they're like, no, we're going to be totally fine. Everything's going to be fine. There's no rush. We're going to be fine. We need to trust Republicans. Republicans have a good heart. They're just trying to say mean things. It's just no, you need to be fucking aggressive. You need to be radical. And that is something the Democrats are not, especially the Diet Coke Republicans.
Well, I don't want viewers to think even that what the court did today was just terrible from a kind of ideological democratic standpoint in terms of thinking about minority political representation. I do want them also to know that the Supreme Court ran roughshod over its own precedents, including one from just a couple of years ago, which it tries to explain away so that it can get away with doing what it's doing. I think it's important for them to see that the court itself raised this question below. It wasn't even a question that was being litigated by the parties. I think it's important for people to see that they're essentially rewriting a statute that was written by Congress in 1982 and passed on a bipartisan basis because they didn't like it. I want them to see the excesses of this court so that when and if Democrats do get power, which they say they want after the midterms, they understand that Supreme Court reform has to be at the top of the list. It isn't just that this is a Supreme Court that is controlled ideologically by conservatives. It is that they have abandoned all of the rails and the safeguards that are supposed to give judicial decision-making a measure of integrity. And that means that there has to be serious Supreme Court reform, and soon.
All right, Sherilyn Ifill, thank you so much for joining us.
I don't know what kind of... Clarence Thomas needs to go in fucking jail. That's for sure.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris.
It's just devastating. Fucking devastating. I mean... We live in a country that is run by neo-Nazis and pedophiles, and not enough people are making it a big deal. Like, I feel like I'm going crazy when I'm, like, shouting from the rooftops, like, just letting y'all fuckers know the president of the United States is still a pedophile human trafficker. Like, hello? And then we have bullshit like this, the Supreme Court pulling bullshit like this, taking away our rights, and we're supposed to stay fucking calm. That's what pisses me off about Democrats. They're like, once we get power, everything's gonna be okay. No, I need 5-alarm fucking fire. I need you to act like your hair is on fire. I need you to do shit. I'm tired of you fuckers not doing anything. It's just infuriating. Okay, moving on to Graham Plattner. Janet Mills has officially dropped out, which means he is most likely going to be the Democratic nominee for the Senate and he will be going against Susan Collins, and he will be going against her in November. I am fucking hyped. I always liked Graham Plattner. Personally, I was never someone who was like, fuck Graham Plattner, even after the Totem Conf tattoo. That wasn't like, to me, I was just like, okay, move on. Like, whatever. Tattoos can get covered up. And I didn't even know what a Totem Conf was. So, and I have a fucking history degree. So, like, a lot of people don't know what a Totem Conf looks like. So, to me, it wasn't a big deal. But he has gone hard fucking core for healthcare for all. He has gone hard fucking core to call out Israel and the genocide that's happening in Gaza. Like, he is someone we have to elect. Like, this is a no if, ands, or buts. Like, we have to elect him in November. So this is what he said when he first found out that Janet Mills was dropping out. Also, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer and Gillibrand. Janet Mills was their person. Like, they specifically picked Janet Mills to run against him. So I think it's even funnier because of fuck Chuck Schumer and fuck Gillibrand.
And a big shakeup in the U.S. Senate race.
Sorry.
Mills announcing today she is suspending her campaign.
Mills saying she doesn't have the money to continue in the race. And tonight we're hearing from her former opponents. Bonnie Bishop joins us live. And Bonnie,
wait, she said she doesn't have the money? That's insane. And obviously the DNC ain't backing it, which we are going to get into that DNC interview. Don't you fucking worry.
Following this story since it broke this morning. So what is Graham Plattner saying tonight?
Well, Scott, Megan, Plattner says he's looking forward to working with Mills this upcoming election season in order to meet their ultimate goal of unseating Senator Susan Collins in November.
We both got into this race because we knew how critical it is to defeat Susan Collins. And her decision today reflects a commitment to that project.
Graham Plattner, an oyster farmer in Sullivan, will no longer race against his well-known opponent, Governor Janet Mills. In a statement, the governor says she has the drive and the fight, but doesn't have, quote, the one thing that political campaigns unfortunately require today, the financial resources. Plattner speaking shortly after Mills suspended her campaign.
We will go to Washington and we will start tearing down the system that for too long has forgotten and written off the people who make Maine and this country what it is.
Plattner also thanking Mills for her commitment and service to Maine. He's now asking for support from voters who were set on choosing Mills in June.
We need to beat Susan Collins. That's what this project has been about since the beginning. That is exactly what the governor got in it to do as well. And I think we all at this moment need to come together and recognize that building power for working people across the state, that's how we're going to do it.
Most polls have shown Plattner with a significant lead over the governor. Now she's out, all but giving Plattner the nomination. Fellow Democrat David Costello says he's not dropping out. The one to beat, Senator Collins, saying she wishes the governor well.
She has devoted her life to public service in the state of Maine in many different capacities. She has served the people of our state, and I'm sure this was a hard decision for her.
Plattner will go against...
I'm so sorry, but she sounds so fucking old. Like, what are we doing? Retire. God.
Susan Collins in the general election if he secures the Democratic nomination in June.
Will Plattner be easier to beat in your view?
I'm not going to get into the November election at this point. This is the governor's day, and I think the focus should be on her and her wanting to give her message to the people of Maine.
All right, let's bring you the latest on the Iran.
I'm sorry, she sounds so old. She should not be running again. Yes, I want Graham Plattner to sweep, duh, but I'm so tired of these old folks just thinking that they have the right to these seats. They do not. They don't have the right. Just because you were elected when you were 40 doesn't mean you have to stay till you're 80. No.
On war, Pakistani officials tell MS Now that they expect a revised proposal from Tehran to end the war by the end of Janet Mills.
It's on both sides, conservatives and liberals.
I don't know why they don't. That was a weird cut.
Turning out
I don't know.
Control
That was
of the
weird.
U.S. Senate and big development that came out yesterday from Maine, Mika.
Yeah, the state's governor, Janet Mills, ended her U.S. Senate campaign after struggling to contend against progressive-backed competitor Graham Plattner in a race critical for National Democrats' hopes of retaking the chamber in November's midterms. In a statement, Mills wrote that while she was eager to continue in the race, she simply did not have the financial resources to do so.
And Graham Plattner follows us now. He is both a Marine and a U.S. Army veteran who's deployed overseas 4 times. Graham, thank you so much for being with us. You know, we could talk about a lot of things. We could talk about the inflation. We could talk about the money. But I want to just start with Article 1 of the Constitution. Do you know what it is? And unlike Republicans in the United States Senate right now, would you actually, when you take the oath to God, to uphold the Constitution of the United States, will you do that and actually exercise what our founding fathers demanded Congress exercise? Article 1 powers over war and peace.
You know, when this nation was founded, the Constitution lays out very clearly that the power to make war is in the hands of the body that most directly represents the American people. Because when the United States goes to war, it is the American people who are asked to shoulder the burden. And as ridiculous as the war in Iran is, I mean, I think we can all agree that this thing is just utterly insane. We have to be clear that this really does come on decades of Congress abdicating its constitutional duty. We have seen time and time again Congress handing over war powers to the executive branch. And we
God, he's so good. What a fucking good answer. He's so fucking good at this.
need people in the halls of power who want to claw that power back. And I'll be honest, for me, it's a pretty personal thing. I mean, I had to fight in Iraq. I wish to God there had been a Congress back then that didn't have people like Susan Collins in it, who were more than happy to send America's sons and daughters off to fight and die and take part in untold horrors for what it seems like today was just a complete fool's errand.
One thing that I've noticed about Graham Plattner, and also Zohran Mamdani did the same thing, they always call out their opponent. Always. They always say, my opponent, this. This is what they did. My opponent, X. This is what they did. To remind every single time they are on TV what their opponent did, because their opponents don't expect people to look up their voting records. Their opponents don't expect people to do research, because they are like, oh, they're going to vote for me anyways because I have an R next to my name. Or they're going to support me because I am for this one thing, aka like the supporting Israel. We'll just use that as an example. What I really appreciate is Zohran and Graham Plattner do not stop bringing up their opponent's records, because I don't think enough people understand that you have to let people know who they're voting for every step of the way. And he does that so well. Zohran did that so well against Cuomo. It was this is what they did. This is who they voted for. This is why we're in this situation. It's because of them. Constantly pointing the finger at the person who brought us into this situation.
It's not just about the politics. It's not just, frankly, even about the constitutional responsibility. There is a moral clarity that we lack. There is a moral clarity that we have a lot of leaders who don't seem to have, that when we send people off to war, we are asking of them horrific things and immense sacrifice. And for a long time, we have a political class that kind of treats war like it's a game. Like it's something they get to do to look tough or to posture, or
because they don't have to send their kids. They don't have to send their grandkids. So they can send the poor kids because they don't have to deal with it. Out of sight, out of mind.
In the worst case, really just kind of pad the pocketbooks of defense companies that donate a lot of money to them. But however you look at it, we really have had, and I just want to make this clear, I think it's on both sides of the aisle. We've had a lot of people for a long time in power who have given up on the fact that we are supposed to be waging war as a nation. We are not just supposed to give that power to one person and then let them run rampant with it, which sadly is why we find ourselves in the absurdity that is the Iran war, and running up against insane statements like, well, because we have a ceasefire that stops the clock. That's just, I mean, that's not how it works. But
yeah.
So you mentioned Senator Collins. Let's talk about the state of Maine. Maine is a hardworking, proud, beautiful state. How has she not served the interest of Mainers? How will you? I know a lot of business owners and families in the state of Maine who are still very much behind the president and his party.
One, in the 30 years that Susan Collins has been in office, things have gotten harder for working class Mainers. I say this as somebody that lives in a small working class town on the coast of Maine and makes his living on the sea. We have seen our healthcare system fall apart. We have seen hospitals closing. I mean, over the past 3 years, we've lost 3 rural hospitals in the state, primarily because the Republicans passed the big, beautiful bill. Susan Collins did not use her power on appropriations to slow it down in any way. And those Medicaid and Medicare cuts that were used to justify tax cuts to corporations, those cuts have resulted in hospital closures, because it turns out, as no surprise to anyone, rural healthcare is not really a profitable business. And it needed those subsidies to come in and keep those hospitals alive. Well, they're gone now. And now we have Mainers who are driving 2, sometimes 3 hours just to get
God,
healthcare.
that's devastating.
People giving birth in emergency departments because labor and delivery units in eastern and northern Maine have closed. That has happened on Susan Collins's watch. And that has happened because she and Republican politicians like her have prioritized the interests of billionaires and corporations over people, which I may add is why over the past week, we have already seen out-of-state super PACs pouring millions of dollars into negative ads against me, even before the announcement yesterday. Super PACs that are funded by the CEOs of Palantir and Blackstone and, most amusingly, a private equity group that broke down and sold off for parts a lot of the mills here in Maine, specifically Jay and Bucksport. They hate the fact that we are building a movement to represent Mainers, and we need to fight back. So if anybody's watching, we could definitely use your help. GrahamForSenate.com. We can use all the money we can get because we're up against billionaires in this one, and they're not going to give it to us easily.
Graham, good morning. Since especially even just the last 24 hours since it's become clear that you'll be the guy on the Democratic side, Republicans have stepped up their attacks on you, putting out statements yesterday after Governor Mills bowed out of the race that you're just too radical to win in the state of Maine. We've talked to you on this show.
Being called radical because I want universal health care. That's where we're at. I'd rather be called radical any fucking day if that's because I want universal health care. It's because I want people to have a livable wage. Call me radical. Who fucking cares?
Show gone through some of the past comments you've made that you say you regret. The suggestion is that you're unsteady, that people can't be sure about how you'll lead. What do you say to those criticisms that you're radical, and going back to past comments that you've said some things that people just shouldn't support?
So the idea that my politics are too radical, I find somewhat laughable. I mean, as I go all over the state of Maine, you talk to any working person in Maine, Republican, Democrat, Independent, ask them if they think they live in a political system and an economic system that has their best interests at heart. Nobody says yes. Nobody. Everybody knows. Everybody knows that we have witnessed the largest transfer of wealth from working people to the ruling class in American history. And it has happened while we have watched our working communities in the state of Maine begin to fall apart. We've watched the hard work that Mainers have done for generations no longer be enough to own your home, to have health care, to have access to good schools for your kids. It's all becoming significantly harder to make life work down here, while we also watch the largest accumulation of wealth in human history happening at the top echelons of our society. Everybody sees that happening. And the idea that you want to show up for working people, you want to have a tax code that taxes wealth at least the same rate as we tax wages, because right now we tax wages at a much higher rate than wealth. That's not radical. That's just showing up for the people that build this country, the people that go out every single day and work with their hands, work with their bodies, support their families, support their neighbors, support their communities. We put in the work down here, and we're just asking that that hard work be enough again. When it comes to if I'm steady enough, well, I was an NCO in the Marine Corps and the Army. I led men in combat. I have run an oyster farm for the past decade. I run a small business. I am a diver. In the Gulf of Maine, diving is a cold and relatively dangerous business, and I enjoy it thoroughly because it's a challenge. Steadiness and a steady hand is very much part of my existence, and I think that that's very much going to continue. And it's also what the people of Maine see, because I'm very much of them. I'm born and raised here, spent my life here, make a living on the sea here with my hand. And it's not surprising that the Republican Party is going to attack me with that. I mean, these are a lot of people who've never worked a day in their lives.
That's really interesting that they said he's not going to be steady. I find that very fascinating. Like, oh, you're not steady? What?
And if they have, it certainly hasn't been with their hands. They don't know what it's like to fix an outboard engine on the ocean. They don't know what it's like to have to, fix your chainsaw because a tree came down the neighbor's driveway and it's the middle of winter. They don't know what that life is. Mainers know what that life is. And for them, the only attack they're going to have is trying to make stuff up. I mean, you guys were just talking about the fact that Tim Scott and Scalise are out there just lying about gas prices. I fully expect that to continue in all facets of this. But as to past comments, I got back from my 4 combat tours, and I was a pretty isolated and angry young man. And I went on the internet and I expressed that. And I had opinions and beliefs and said things in the past that do not reflect who I am now, because like most people, you grow, you change, you learn new things, you meet new people, and you realize that you can be a better version of yourself. And that's something I've been working on for a very long time and continue to do so. And I think the people of Maine see that.
So, Graham, we just mentioned, good morning, Republicans, of course, lining up their attacks, some saying they're salivating for this campaign. Also, no secret that you were not the candidate of choice for some of the Democratic establishment. Leader Schumer supported Governor Mills. I know you spoke to Leader Schumer yesterday. Feel free to categorize that call.
Ooh,
but also,
spicy.
Though perhaps it was to this point to your benefit to have some distance from the Democratic establishment as you mount your candidacy. What will your relationship be like with the party going forward, as you likely need their help in what will be a very expensive race?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to the leader last night, and I'll just say that nothing brings people together like wanting to get Susan Collins out of office. That is the priority for me. That is the priority for Senator Schumer. And I'm happy to get whatever help that they are willing to provide. This is going to be a very expensive race. The Republican Party's already committed $42 million to this thing, and that's from the party. That's not even considering all the outside spending from
$42 million for Susan Collins. Wow, they really are nervous. That's a lot of fucking money.
Billionaire super PACs. So we'll take money. But I will say this. What we have built is ours. We have built a campaign with tens of thousands of Mainers as volunteers. We have built a campaign that is focused on field organizing, in building, frankly, working class power in the state of Maine by getting labor unions and community groups and civil rights groups and political organizations and just individuals combining in a coordinated and broad-based coalition. That's what we've done. If people want to come in and give us money to help us grow that is fantastic. But that is the game that we're playing. That is the battlefield that we are trying to shape. And I think, one, it's how you win this thing. You can't play their game. If we play the game, the old just kind of...
Oh, he has Joe eating out of his fucking hands. It is so clear that Joe's like, okay, I can get behind this guy. I can do it. I can do it. I can get behind him.
Kind of well-worn playbook of raise lots of money, spend it on consultants, spend it on TV ads. That's not how this is going to work. That's what they're going to do. We need to do something different. And that's what we've been doing since August of last year, which is why we have the momentum that we have, and we have the trust of so many Mainers, because I go to every corner of the state. We've held 63 town halls. By the time this thing is done, I'm going to hold public events in almost every single town, over 2,000 people in this state. And in Maine, going and talking to people, having that personal relationship, having their neighbors knock on their door and talk about this campaign, that's how we're going to win it. We're going to do that no matter what. And our criticisms, my criticisms of the party leadership, my criticisms of the party, they have not changed. And I've been very vocal about that since the beginning. But we will absolutely take the help that we can get. But it's our show, and we're proud of what we built, and we're just going to keep moving forward with it.
And that's a really great message to send, a great message to send to people in Washington, D.C. that are all going to jump on board now, and they should. It's what happened to me. I had party leaders working against me around the clock, said I was too radical to get elected.
That's so hilarious.
People would come up to me halfway through my term, and they go, hey, if you don't vote with leadership, they're going to. I go, what? What? Work against me? I get 62% the first time they worked against me. I'll get 70%. So you are in a unique position here.
Oh, he totally loves Graham Plattner.
I know a lot of people would say the Democratic Party needs to be united. But, man, really quickly, we got to go. But talk about the independence it will give you. Doing this on your own with your grassroots support and not getting help early on from the Senate.
Interesting, Joe going against the oh my god, my chair. What the Joe going against the establishment. Love it.
Leadership.
This is very much my kind of politics. And the reason that I'm running is because for a long time, and this is not just me, a lot of my neighbors, a lot of my friends, we've all been lamenting the fact that we have not seen an actual movement-based, organizing-focused political campaign in the state of Maine, really focused on working-class people's issues, the material realities we all live in down here. We have been able to build that. And the fact that we have built it on our own, the fact that our average donation is $26 and 99% of our donations are less than $100, the fact that we've been able to do all of this without the help of the establishment, it puts us in such an amazing position. And it also, Joe, it's kind of funny. I think you and I have, at this point, had a very similar experience, being told very similar things from party leadership, from people who are experts at politics, who know better than we do. And it is, in many ways, very heartening to see this kind of politics not just work, but work spectacularly and allow us to continue building what I think is the politics of the future at this point. This is how we need to do this kind of thing moving forward, certainly here in the state of Maine.
Yeah, I had people come up to me saying, son, you ran such a great campaign. You'll probably get in 4th or 5th place. It'll be great for you. And like I said before, everything that's happened, you've built it along with your grassroots supporters. Man, that gives you such extraordinary independence when you do get to Washington. Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate in Maine, Graham Plattner, thank you so much.
Okay. Hi, Linton. That's okay. Okay. He likes him. So this interview people are talking about, because I guess Jen Psaki kind of like went at it with him, which I'm very curious about. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with people. Just fucking accept him and move on.
We are back with U.S. Senate candidate Graham Plattner. So before the break, I was saying, you weren't the National Party's pick. For people out there, he wasn't the National Party's pick. Chuck Schumer recruited Janet Mills to run for this race. He quickly endorsed you today. Have you spoken to him today? And what's that relationship like right now?
Yes. No, we had a brief conversation this evening, and I'll just say that nothing brings people together like wanting to beat Susan Collins. So.
Such a fucking good line. Very simple, very to the point. Again, exactly like what Zoran did. He does it well. Constantly bringing back and reminding people who the target is. It is him. Of all the recent left presenting candidates, I'm definitely the most weary of him. Really? Why? I'm very curious. Why he's the one. Are you going to say John Fetterman? Because I'm not concerned about that.
That's where we are.
But you're still not going to support him for leader, are you? Or have you changed your mind on that?
Absolutely not.
No, I mean, my criticisms of leadership, my criticisms of the party, they remain. I will say, I think.
Just because he got the endorsement doesn't mean that he's going to change his mind. Like, Chuck Schumer had no choice but to endorse him. But I think like a couple of days ago, he did an interview with Jon Stewart, which I have. And he talks about how he's 40 plus and the Democratic establishment still hasn't called him. The DNC still hasn't called him. So it's very clear that he doesn't need them. They need him. Because the DNC fucking sucks. The Democratic establishment sucks. And they need more lefty people. And more lefty people are tired of Chuck Schumer and his antics, tired of Hakeem Jeffries and the lack of leadership he's shown. People want fighters. People want people to go out and just fight. Among those actually espousing real leftist points, to clarify. Okay, so because your concern is because he hasn't had mainly leftist points. Like, I mean, which ones are you talking about specifically? I mean, he's for Medicare for all. He's for ending forever wars. I mean, that's not a lefty position, but you know what I mean. He's for going after ICE. So I'm curious what lefty points you are looking for from him specifically.
That those criticisms, those pale, I think, from their perspective, from the party leadership's perspective, in comparison to the need to take down Collins, because there is no Democratic majority in the Senate without getting rid of Collins. And I think that for everybody right now is the priority.
No, I mean, of the candidates that support those policies, he is the one I'm most skeptical of. No, I understand that. My question is why? Why are you most skeptical of him? I'm not speaking correctly. Why are you most skeptical of him? You're not the first person who said that, so that's why I find it very interesting that people are so skeptical of him. I don't know, maybe because I really like his voice. Maybe that's why. Maybe he's lulled me, and I'm like, But I'm curious why people are so skeptical, because I keep hearing about him. People being very worried about him. People are worried that he's going to be the next John Fetterman. I personally don't think so. But also if we can get Susan Collins out and he could just be half of a lefty Democrat, that's also a win too. Obviously, we don't want Diet Coke Republicans, but we want full lefties. But if he can even just do Medicare for all, say that's his big thing, his bread and butter. I don't think that's the right saying, but his bread and butter, I'll take it. I don't know, maybe because I am so sick of the Diet Coke Republicans. I'm so fucking tired of constantly being let down by them and constantly having to deal with them and their obsession with money and corporations, stuff like that. The military pass is worrying, but even more worrying is the mercenary work afterwards. Okay, that's fair. That's completely fair. My thing, I'm going to challenge you. But of the people in his race, of course, he seems the best. My question to you is, yes, he has a troubled past. Let's be real. I think that's fair to say, and I think he would agree. Do you think that actually helps him become a better senator because he's able to connect with the people of Maine, or do you think that harms him? Because me personally, I think that helps him in a really insane way. I think a lot of people in Maine are still respect the troops. They don't see mercenaries the way lefties see mercenaries. Because we have to remember the population. This is not president. This is for people in Maine. They love guns. He's a gun expert. That's kind of where my thinking is. But do you think that because he's gone through all of this, it's actually helping his campaign? Because people are he's against forever wars because he actually was on the front lines, or he's against Blackwater because he worked for Blackwater and he saw all of the harm they did. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to get into the mind of Mainers. People feel he hasn't changed from Reddit days, just from what I've seen folks saying online. I don't know why people keep saying that he hasn't changed from his Reddit days, because it's it's so clear he has, just the way he presents himself and the way he speaks. I don't know. Purely electorally, yeah, will help him, but principally it kind of curtails him ideologically. I think that's fair. I think that's completely fair. I think that makes sense. He is truly a fascinating character. He is a fascinating character. I love a good underdog, though. I'm not gonna lie. I love a fucking good underdog. I love someone who's a little like black sheep. I'm not gonna lie. And that's what he is. And I think we need people like him. Obviously, I don't want mercenaries, but I think that he has grown from how he presents himself. I watch a lot of interviews with him because a lot of people are against him. And personally, I'm not concerned that I think because I'm so tainted by the Diet Coke Republicans, like they've ruined my soul, that a mercenary with a Nazi tattoo could have been worse. That's my mindset. That's how I feel. The Diet Coke Republicans have destroyed my viewpoint on what's a true Democrat.
Everything else, I guess we can hash that out later on. But at this point, the fight is against Collins, and we're all going to align and work together to that goal. But my criticisms of leadership absolutely remain the same.
Trump is obviously a factor.
What were his Reddit days like? I haven't seen much covered. So his Reddit days, basically, he was after the war, he was very angry. Like, he's talked about it. He said some like weird things about women who were sexually assaulted. And then he said something about like, this is like off the dome, I'm saying this. That was the one that really stuck out to me personally. Trying to think what else. I know that like what he said was problematic. I'm not going to deny that. But this is the therapist in me. It's very clear he was an angry, troubled young man coming back from the war. And he was just letting out his anger and frustration and just using Reddit to kind of like, blah. Because the way he talks is different. My other reason why I respect him is because he's a huge Michael Brooks fan and a Majority Report fan. And as someone who loves the Majority Report and is watching Michael Brooks' old stuff, I have to respect that. I think that, yes, people can have dark pasts and have really bad mindsets, but when you find someone who can change your mind, a lot can change. And I think that's what happened with him. My position is, yeah, sure, electorally he may play a better role, but I sure as hell would not touch him with a 10-foot barge pole in terms of organizing outside of electoralism. Yeah, I mean, we just need him in the Senate. That's all we need. If he makes bills, cool. Like, that's where I'm at. We just need his vote. We just need his vote. We're not asking for much. Right now, we're at the bare minimum.
In every race in the country. I mean, he's the sitting president. He's hugely unpopular. He started this hugely, not just unpopular, but to your point, it's not even a political issue, kind of immoral, misguided, not guided at all, war in Iran. How much of Trump is a factor in this general election against Susan Collins for you in Maine?
You know, it's funny. You know, we all understand that Donald Trump is uniquely awful. That Donald Trump really is kind of the avatar of the worst elements of our politics and our society. But I think a lot of people also understand that Trump is the symptom of a much deeper rot. I mean, Trump is the outcome of a system that for a long time now has been leaving working people, average, everyday Americans, feeling like their politics does not represent them at all.
And this is another reason I like him, how he talks about working class people, how he's constantly reminding people who he's fighting for. He's constantly fighting for the working class. He's constantly making sure that the working class has a voice. He's constantly making sure that you remember that he is for the working class. He's not for the billionaires. That I appreciate, because for so long we've had Diet Coke Republicans forget about the working class. They don't even mention the working class. So to constantly hear that reminder, it's like refreshing almost. And it's like, damn, like he's fighting for us. He's fighting for the working class. Like, that's amazing. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Linton. I get what you're saying.
Like, I'll be upfront. I have a lot of friends who voted for Donald Trump. I live in rural Maine. I work on the water. I got friends who voted for Trump 3 times. And I can tell you they voted for a change candidate. They wanted this whole thing to look different. They felt like they'd been left behind. And while, of course, Trump was not going to be the answer to that, that frustration remains because right-wing populism, Donald Trump's presidency, it hasn't fixed any of those problems that people had. In fact, it's made them worse. Prices have gone up. We are watching, at this point, just outright corruption in our political system. That's a thing that Americans see. They see it and they understand it for what it is. And we are going to continue to show people that it isn't just about beating Trump, although of course it is. It really is about building a political system that does not result in Donald Trump in the first place. It's building a political system that is accessible to people and that people can see themselves represented in. Because I'll be honest, as someone that was kind of living a very normal life until about a year ago, this political system as we have it, the average person does not see themselves reflected. We don't see our will. We don't see our material needs reflected in the halls of power. And that's really what we're engaged in. So when it comes to Collins, her inability, let me rephrase, her attempt to thread this needle where she is pro-Donald Trump enough to try to appease his loyalists, but also anti-Donald Trump enough to try to trick everybody else into supporting her, that doesn't work now. That doesn't work in this era. And I think she's going to run up to the finite end of that kind of politics. And we're going to very much continue pointing out that she doesn't stand up to Donald Trump. She doesn't reign in his power. And his abuse of that power is making things materially worse day after day for the average American.
Another thing that I really appreciate about him is he talks like a normal person. Like, I don't feel like I'm listening to someone who is trying to seem smarter than me. I feel like I'm listening to someone who is trying to connect with me. To get on they're trying to get on my level and vice versa. FD Signifier had such a good clip talking about Plattner, but I can't seem to find it. I don't know if I've seen him talk about it. I don't think I know what clip you're talking about. I'm trying to think.
Very concerned doesn't fly anymore, I don't think. They're clutching their pearls and very concerned. Let me ask you about some other aspect of this, and you alluded to this. You ran your campaign in part by running against Washington. This is a very effective thing for people to do out there right now. Washington is not exactly popular. Youth is also very popular. But you ran against, Washington, its inadequacies, and the failure of Democrats, too, to use power and think boldly enough. So if you're elected to the Senate, it's possible, I started the show talking about this, that you could be in the majority. How do you think power should be wielded if Democrats are given that? For people who are just getting to know you, try to figure you out there.
I got you.
Well, first and foremost, I think we need to understand that the Democratic Party needs to form a theory of power.
Yes.
I don't think it's had one for a long time. It's had a theory of management.
Yes.
The Republican Party has, which is one of the reasons why we find ourselves in these straits. With a theory of power, you have to define the end state. What is the goal? What do you want to use your power in the service of? And then how are you going to craft the policies to get there? And more importantly, build the political will and the political power to make those policies a reality. Something we're going to have to do if we're the majority. We need to use the power we get to shut this White House down. We do that, I think one of the best ways is through committee hearings and investigations. I want the Trump administration not to function because everyone in the White House is being hauled under subpoena in front of a Senate committee day after day after day. Not just because, one, we have so many crimes to investigate. At this point, we can probably be doing this for the next 30 years. But two, because it's a lever of power. Using subpoena power, bringing people in for investigations, that keeps them busy. And that doesn't allow them to go start another stupid war. That doesn't allow them to continue to give billionaires more and more and more of our economy. And so I think it's very important that if we're in the majority, we're going to wield the power that we have to rein this thing in. I also think, and I'll just be upfront, I don't believe a single U.S. Democratic senator should vote for a nominee out of the Trump administration moving forward.
Yep.
I think we need to use all of the power we have around funding and the power of the purse to stop paying for these kinds of stupid wars, stop paying for agencies like ICE, stop paying for the things that the Trump administration is doing that are materially hurting our democracy and hurting working people. But we need to get people into office who have a theory of power and who understand that the purpose of power isn't just to have it, it's to use it. It's to wield it and in the service of a long-term goal. And I mean, honestly, that's not what we've been seeing for quite some time.
Graham Plattner, so many more questions, but I got to get to other guests. Thank you. Actually, on cue, my next guest is Jack Smith's deputy who's running for Congress. So when we talk about
I don't know why people are so like against, like specifically her, like right now she seems so against him, but like what he was doing was spitting facts in my opinion. FDR always got to be so mysterious. The video must have been taken down. Oh, too bad. So I really want to see this interview between Graham Plattner and Jon Stewart because Jon Stewart fucking hates the Democratic Party. And so I'm curious to see kind of what is being said. But let's see the comments. Yes, thank you, Graham Plattner. 100 plus of those candidates, please. MS Now is on a tear tonight with good content. Plattner is a guy I would vote for. Get rid of the elders that should have retired years ago and get real Americans like this guy to run for office. We have old, rich white men and some women that are not in touch with real world and need to go. Bring the government into the current times. People are in their 70s, 80s, and a few 90. I think that should not be running our government. New Democratic leadership like Graham Plattner gives me hope. I'm so ready to vote and get rid of these MAGAs. Project 2025 is the Neo-Confederacy. A very droll sense of humor, seems down to earth. Maybe that's not a good metaphor for a fisherman. He stands firmly on both feet. That works. Shut it all down. We want America back. Susan is concerned. She's always concerned. Graham Plattner, we need your philosophy going forward. It should be no-brainer to stop voting for Trump nominees. Literally tell that to the Diet Coke Republicans, a.k.a. Elisa Slotkin, who fucking does it all the time. Okay, so I want to see the Jon Stewart and Graham Plattner, and then I want to see the DNC with the Pod Johns.
Last summer, end of July, some people came to my house. They had been in Maine for a few months working with the AFL-CIO and a bunch of labor unions, looking for someone to run for U.S. Senate against Susan Collins. And they had found me because I did a video a few years ago fighting against a Norwegian salmon farm that was trying to come into our bay. A bunch of us mobilized against it, and I did a video with the group.
I don't know that there's anything I've ever heard that's more Maine.
Yeah,
a bunch of guys come to my house because they saw your Norwegian salmon video.
Yep, and then they looked me up and they saw I donated to Bernie Sanders, and they were like, "Oh, well, maybe this." Like they were like, "We should go check it out." So they literally came to my house and said, "We think you should run for United States Senate." And my wife and I, quite honestly, told them to fuck off because that was the weirdest, most random thing.
The absolute proper response.
That's funny.
Hey, everybody, it's Jon Stewart. Welcome to the Weekly Show podcast. We have a fine program for you. We're going to pivot a little bit from the issues of the day to the candidate of the day. Well, folks, we are excited today to be talking about a young rising voice in the Democratic Party from the great state of Maine, a Mainer. Mainer? Mainish?
Mainer. Yeah, Mainer's the correct term.
Mainer's the correct term. Former Marine, oyster farmer, U.S. Senate candidate from the great state of Maine, Graham Plattner. What's happening, man?
Not much.
Not much.
everything's real mellow, having a real mellow existence. My life is definitely on the exact path that I thought it would be. Yeah, everything's chill.
Very interesting. Graham, can I just even getting started on this?
Hi, Dennis.
What drove you this idea to run for Senate in Maine, to join that assisted living facility that is the Senate down in Washington? What possessed you to even consider something like?
All I actually know about Maine from all the way over here is that they have extremely cheap, really good weed. What you can know about Maine is they have, they're really into nature. It's fucking cold up there, but it's beautiful in the summer and the springtime. And good food. Good food. I've only been there a few times, but I do remember the food. And that says a lot, because like if your food shit, like really into nature, it's the weed.
Like that.
Well, I mean, and do you mind if I give you like the 2-minute spiel on this? Because I think it's rather important.
Give me the spiel, baby. That's what we're here for. I'd love to hear it.
So after I moved back to Maine in 2016, I deployed a bunch in my 20s, early 30s in the Marine Corps and the Army, and when I got back from that, was very disillusioned, was very, frankly, bitter, was really, and then was also struggling with all the standard stuff that one goes through after, multiple heavy combat deployments. And I went to college in DC. I went to George Washington. I didn't graduate, but kind of went to school, was a bartender, actually bartended on Capitol Hill, which gave me a look behind the curtain. And I realized that the wizard is, in fact, a very small man.
And some seemingly dumb.
And honestly, there was part of my disillusionment was actually living in DC and kind of meeting people in the political space and realizing that, like, this is it.
Oh, wow.
Like, I went through all of that horror. I saw, like, my friends got killed. I saw awful stuff because of you people.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Like there was this kind of like deep, like frustration. But so in 2016, I moved back to Maine. And after I moved back to Maine, things changed significantly. I started getting help from the VA. I moved back to my hometown. I got into oyster farming, and I wanted to check out. I just wanted to be left alone. I thought the whole thing was broken. I didn't want to have any part of it. I just wanted to sink all my time and energy into the place that I'm from. Started making a living on the sea, got into diving, got into oyster farming, became the harbor master, got really involved in my local community. And honestly, in that time frame, all my disillusionment disappeared. Not with the bigger system, but like I went from blaming like America and Americans to, because I used to have this feeling like, why did you make me go do this?
Right.
Like, why did you guys make us go do this thing in Iraq and Afghanistan that, like, I for the life of me cannot figure out what the purpose was. And when I got back here and started,
He deployed to Afghanistan in 2018. No, he didn't deploy in 2018. That was Blackwater. Right now he's talking about 2016. Don't worry. He gets into it. Don't worry.
started really settling in, I realized I became quite convinced that the average American is a truly wonderful human being. Most people are normal. The problem is we have a political system that elevates a lot of abnormal people. And,
so you get cable news.
Exactly.
You've watched.
Yeah. Yes. And I've always been a very politically active and interested person, but not in electoral politics. So I really sank my time into local governance. I became chair of the planning board. And then I got really into the community organizing around social justice and economic justice issues. And in doing all of that,
deployed as a mercenary man. I thought he said he'd been in the fishing since 16. He did say that. I think I know he had to go back, and I know that in 2018 he did have to go back. He was there for like 6 months. from everything that I kind of researched and from listening to other interviews with him.
I also came to the realization that when the system itself is quite broken, or not even broken, when the system itself is built to be a raid against the average person, when you're working at the ground level, you're pretty much just putting Band-Aids on things. But I did think that was exactly where my life was going to stay. I mean, I moved back here to Sullivan, Maine, where I currently live. I live on the road I grew up on.
Do you really? You're on the road you grew up on. Oh,
I live a couple houses down from the house I grew up in.
Oh, fantastic.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
It's very, and I come from, my town has 1,000 people in it, and it's where I grew up. So I know everybody. Everybody's known me since I was a kid. It's a very nice, I don't know, it's a nice feeling. Last summer, end of July, some people came to my house. They had been in Maine for a few months working with the AFL-CIO and a bunch of labor unions, looking for someone to run for U.S. Senate against Susan Collins. And they were looking specifically for like a kind of a working class person on kind of working class economic policies. And they had found me because I did a video a few years ago fighting against a Norwegian salmon farm that was trying to come into our bay. A bunch of us mobilized against it, and I did a video with the group.
I don't know that there's anything I've ever heard that's more Maine than
right.
this. A bunch of guys come to my house because they saw your Norwegian salmon video.
Yep. And then they looked me up and they saw I donated to Bernie Sanders. And they were like, oh, well, maybe this, like, they were like, we should go check it out. So they literally came to my house and said, we think you should run for United States Senate. And my wife and I, quite honestly, told them to fuck off because that was the weirdest, most random thing.
The absolute proper response that you should have given.
I mean, it was also like, it was in the morning. I'm getting ready to go out on the boat. We're going to work and we're like, what the hell? But they came back the next week with a more kind of fleshed out idea. They're like, listen, this isn't like a joke. They're like, we've got someone who can help you do small dollar fundraising. We've got someone who can help get your name in the papers. And we've got someone who can shoot a launch video, which was the launch video that got made. And at that point, and because my wife and I, we have no money. And so I'm like, I know how this set. I know how these campaigns work.
Right.
How is this going to happen? And essentially they were like, look, we're not like, we've got some people who can help early.
He positioned 2016 as his end to that kind of work entirely and then skip right to last year. Death makes me feel uneasy. To me, I understand why that like would make you be like, huh, I wonder why he did that. But I think what's really important is to understand the bigger picture. And I think one thing no one's mentioned, maybe they have and I just haven't seen it, is that we have literal criminals all up and down Congress. So he would just literally be another, if you want to think of it like this, he would just be another criminal in Congress. That there's plenty of them already there. It doesn't seem, he's answered so many questions about it. Like, what do you want him? Nothing he says is going to change your mind about him being a mercenary. Nothing he says. Nothing he says about his time in Afghanistan that he did 4-6 terms. I don't think I used that correctly. Is going to change your mind about the fact that he did it in the first place. I think that's what people are stuck on. Is it happened, he did it. He's just going to be one other criminal, if you want to think of it that way, that's going to be in Congress. But we have a bunch of other criminals who's done other shit too, aka the President of the United States. You can look at it that way.
Early on. And I'm like, well, so there was this moment where for my wife and I, we spent a lot of time being frustrated with the larger system. We spent a lot of time thinking that, and ironically, I've also had a theory for years that the United States Senate, because it was set up to be a specific bulwark against working class people to protect elites, that actually makes it a unique place of power where if we can get a few normal people into the U.S. Senate. So I felt that way for years, never expecting that I was going to be the one.
Right. You'd be one of the normals.
No, it never once. But then this opportunity showed up. And so, essentially my wife and I had to ask ourselves, do we actually believe what we think we believe? Because if we do, then an opportunity like this.
Imagine if this is the reason Jon Stewart runs for president. Just saying. Dead ass. Imagine if this is the reason Jon Stewart runs for president is because of Graham fucking Plattner. Just saying. Yeah, he is still infinitely better candidate than the vast majority of people in Congress. Yeah, it's okay to not like everything about him. It's totally understandable. But if you want to think about all of the fuckers in Congress, he ain't that bad. You know what I mean? He's really not that bad. But Jon Stewart has that face. Imagine if Jon Stewart runs for fucking president because of this interview, because he's I do kind of talk the talk. Maybe I need to walk the walk now.
To do something of this scale and of this visibility and to frankly organize, using this as, because my wife and I have been very engaged in a lot of local community organizing. And we realized this is an ability to do a statewide organizing project on a scale that we never could have dreamed of, with resources and visibility that we never could have dreamed of. And so we said yes.
So the fuck off became, actually, this might be an opportunity to put our principles that we've kind of been living by for all these years into practice.
Yeah. But we didn't expect it to do what it did.
We didn't think it would work. We didn't have any idea that this would actually work.
Early on, there was this element of it was almost things are so bad now and people are so frustrated, and including us, we're we might actually pull this off. There was this but we certainly didn't expect it to explode the way that it did. We really thought this was going to be a months long, slowly building, kind of diligently going out and getting my name out. Because I'm literally I'm a random oyster farmer from Sullivan, Maine.
It is, I have to tell you,
it's insane.
The entire setup is somewhat Disney-esque, or just sort of this, well, first of all, there's always that. There's kind of always the fable of a Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, a kind of, an honest man who has real ideals facing off against a corrupt system that is fueled by money and toxicity and all these. So there is an archetype for this, but I'm curious in your mind, why did the sort of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington thing catch such fire? What do you think you tapped into? What frustrations were it that you were able to articulate so well early on that people just caught on?
I can tell you one immediately. He's fucking young. He's not 80 years old, John. I think that means a lot to people nowadays.
Because it wasn't, you weren't, if I may, you weren't mimicking any other politician. I mean, there's hints of Sanders in there, but you were definitely a bit iconoclastic when it came to what you were putting out there. And it didn't seem focus grouped and considered, or any of the other artifices that occur with a lot of politicians. So what kind of took off?
I think it's two things. The first is that I actually have politics.
Right.
I have over the years throughout my life, through my experiences overseas, coming home, my disillusionment, I went looking for answers. And in the looking for answers, I read a lot of books, and I developed, frankly, a theory of power. I developed a deep critique of the American, not just the political system, but like the party that I've always been a part of. I mean, I've been a Democrat. I mean, I've always been a registered Democrat. I've also, my entire life, been very frustrated with the party that
This is really funny, Linton. Still having coloring naturally occurring in your hair isn't exactly common among elected officials. That's funny. That's funny.
I'm in.
You and me both, sister.
Primarily around that theory of power thing. I mean, I honestly have always been like, we can never articulate. The Democratic Party's never been able to articulate what it's trying to do. Like, what's the end goal?
Yes.
Never really articulates a clear set of policies that to get us there. And then never seems to want to wield power to make those policies a reality.
You're nailing it. So, Graham, are you suggesting, sir, that your career is built on principle?
A wild concept in this modern era.
What? Upwork. Not to be confused.
Sorry, John,
with,
you have enough
down-
money for ethical reacts.
Like, I give my own opinions when people ask me them. Like, I don't, like, I've got, like, communications people. We talk about ways to, like, clean it up and make it easier. Like, well, I don't.
Curse less. Come on, Graham.
Well, I mean, oh my God. Well, the first 2 months of the campaign, John, literally, the amount of news articles that existed, which were, this man swears too much. And I was like, dude, I'm a former combat Marine and I work on the ocean. What do you expect?
Right.
Like,
it's the only language the fish understand.
It is.
You got to talk to them. You got to be rough.
Well, more important, it's the only language outboard engines understand. If you don't swear at outboard engines, they won't work for you. It's a scientific fact.
Has to be.
So there's that part. There's the fact that, like, I honestly think people understand that I'm not full of shit. Because I actually do believe these things. And I remember it was early on, I went like on CNN and I went on, they asked me questions and I just gave like yes or no answers. And afterwards, all these people called me and they were like, oh my God, it was so real. It was so you came across as so authentic. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how fucking broken are we?
Yes.
Oh, baby. I
know.
You're literally like a mermaid that came out of the sea, and people are like, "What is happening?"
So there's that. The other part, though, is that I'm just saying the things out loud that I've heard from my neighbors and my friends and my community members for years.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, it's something I've gone all over Maine for the past 9 months now. We've talked to like tens of thousands of Mainers. I hold multiple public events a week. It's all open to the public. We don't screen questions. We don't screen people.
They fucking love him.
And so I've been talking to everybody, Republicans, Independents, Democrats, the whole 9 yards. People that just don't care about politics, the whole 9 yards. And if you ask any Mainer, do you think you live in a political and economic system that has your best interest at heart? Nobody says yes.
And by the way, I mean, you transfer that to any state in the union, I think. I mean, I think that's absolutely the undercurrent of, I mean, Graham, I have to tell you, look, I talk to people in politics all the time, and I've done it for many years. This might be the longest conversation I've had without a platitude with a politician. I like, it sounds ridiculous, but I cannot tell you how canned, how often you hear. The Democrats just have to get back to those issues of affordability. We've got to get back to what people talk about around the kitchen table. And I'm like,
never
I
want
don't
to
think
hear.
people actually talk around the kitchen. I think they're.
I've never understood talking around the kitchen table or kitchen table politics and pocketbook politics. I think it's the dumbest fucking phrases. I'm sorry, but like, people don't talk around the kitchen table. They stress at the kitchen table or they're eating in front of the couch. Like, what are we doing? Also, pocketbook? Are we in the fucking 70s? No one says their purse is a pocketbook. My goodness.
They're eating in their cars. Like,
that's right.
But that's what I'm saying. I think there is a refreshing openness and honesty to approaching something this way. And I cannot wait to see how long it takes for you to be consumed by that system.
Honestly, man, like that is, it's
Do you
the
worry
one
about
thing-
that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
I think that's fair.
I don't worry about, look, I'll just say, like, I love Bernie Sanders. And I've developed a very nice relationship with Senator Sanders. And it is very clear to me that Senator Sanders has maintained his integrity because he believes.
Yeah.
And I believe in the same thing Bernie believes. I think we have a very, very similar sort of foundational politics, which is like we care about people. For like it's a politics of humanity, and it's a real politics. It's not a politics of like trying to like get into power for your sake. It's because it's only in these like I just have a theory of power of these political institutions that exist around us. If we want to change things, we're gonna have to like use them in some way. I would love if we could just do something else, but like right now, it doesn't seem like that's possible. Now I do think that because like I'm not really a reform candidate. I don't I very much like Bernie believe in the need to have a political revolution in this country. We need to restructure things. We need systemic changes. Like it's not
but it's not nihilistic. I don't
No,
find
God, no.
what you talk about as nihilistic. I think, and it's something that I think the Democratic Party has really struggled with, which is I think they're still relying on the idea that the New Deal was a good idea. And that was in the 30s, and that was the Democrats. And so let's just figure out ways to continue picking around that. Let's do a tax subsidy here. But they don't think broadly and systemically in the way that I think is necessary. And maybe that's.
They are so old that they literally don't know what to do moving forward because they're not going to be here long enough. That's the fucking problem. And that's what I will always say is these fuckers are so fucking old that they are going to die in the next 10 to 12 years, that they are destroying this fucking country and they're not even going to be here to suffer with us. So fuck them. As you can tell, I'm really fucking done with the Democrats. I've had it with the Democrats and their fucking bullshit. I've had it with the Democrats constantly just not changing, refusing to change, refusing to fucking do anything, but be like, so today on All In, we are doing this. And you know, I just want to let you know that you can donate $5 and you can donate $10. I'd really appreciate it. The DNC cares about you. Blink twice if you actually give a fuck.
It's what you're thinking of.
Well, and like if I'm any kind of Democrat, I am a New Deal Democrat.
Right.
But like the New Deal wasn't picking around the edges.
Exactly.
Like Social Security wasn't a tax credit. It wasn't a block grant. It wasn't a marginal amendment to an existing policy. Francis Perkins and FDR and a bunch of labor unions invented Social Security out of whole cloth. And the CCC, the WPA, the TVA, the Rural Electrification Administration, all of these things.
And listen, some of it worked and some of it didn't, but there was a
They
theory
fucking
behind
tried.
what they were accomplishing.
And there was also the political will, which
Yes.
I mean, and FDR had a theory of power. I mean, for instance, mid-1930s, Supreme Court is about to say that all the New Deal programs are unconstitutional. FDR,
yes,
against the wishes of his own party,
yes,
says that he's going to pack the court.
Huh. Biden.
Suddenly, very quickly, all those unconstitutional New Deal programs became constitutional overnight. Nobody changed the language. Nobody it's almost as though political power goes a little bit further than just the words on the page. It's almost as though that political power is in fact its own
unique thing that needs to be at times wielded creatively. And, and if that hadn't happened, then this country doesn't get dragged out of the Depression. If that hadn't happened, we wouldn't have set the stage to win the war.
Do you see parallels with this moment? One of the things that I think about sometimes, to be fair to, the system, Roosevelt did have large margins, at that time, because Hoover would, the Republicans had fucked up at that point so grandly that there were margins there that could be worked within. But even when Democrats have margins, I can recall when they've had the Senate and the House and they had a supermajority for a little while, they still did that thing that you're talking about, which
refuse
is
to fucking do anything.
Don't let, let's not go to, let's not push this too far. Let's make sure that this program for healthcare isn't healthcare for everybody, because that's going to scare people. Let's just give a subsidy to insurance companies so that they will just bring more people into this broken system that we have.
That's it. And which is exactly what has happened. And it didn't fix anything, because the problem isn't marginal. The problem is systemic. And systemic, this is the reason we know it's systemic, by the way, is because it's happening everywhere. It's not like one state has a problem with housing. It's not like one state has a problem with healthcare. It's not like one state has a problem with affordability. It's the entire country. And so, which is very clear to me that this is a obvious systemic problem. But okay, because we Roosevelted a little bit, I'm gonna do one more. I'm gonna do one more.
How could we not Roosevelt? We had to Roosevelt.
In 1928, Roosevelt writes that the problem with the Democratic Party today is it has no constructive policy and vision of the future.
Oh my God,
and
that's
that
us
if you
down.
ask the average American what the Democratic Party believed in, nobody would be able to tell you. And that the entire theory is that we're going to wait for the Republicans to screw it up so much that we'll just magically get power again. He said that in 1928.
Wow.
Oh my God, does that not sound familiar? Fuck.
Wow.
And when
and at that time was Chuck Schumer the leader of the Senate? I'm just curious.
Probably.
Possibly. It's
same shit, man.
But here's the thing, though, and this is why I'm not remotely hopeless. Roosevelt writes that in 28.
Mm-hmm.
By 1933, he is president, and the nation is fully engaged in the project of fixing itself out of the Depression.
That's right.
Like the first 100 days of his administration, right? Like there's the whole joke about the alphabet agencies, because they just invent 10 new agencies just into existence.
And created markets where they didn't exist before, and created safeguards so that bank runs didn't exist, and created financing for housing, which didn't exist. All of those things. Did it in a racist way, but still did it.
Well, but the thing is, those New Deal programs for all, and the society that they built really in the 50s and 60s, which had a myriad of faults.
This is so random, but I'm just thinking, I don't really have, if there's any good recommendations on a New Deal book, I've never read one that's a good New Deal book. So if there's any recs, let me know, because I would like to learn more so we can have our own New Deal.
Faults of racism, faults of leaving out immense amounts of the nation. However, what we have to understand is we can look to that and say, we can do that in a not bad way.
That's right. It's a blueprint. Yeah.
In fact, had we done it then in a more inclusive manner, we probably would have had a better society. But for me, the big lesson here is that things can change pretty quickly. Now it's important to remember 1929, right in the run up to the total collapse, we had full deregulation of speculative financial markets. We had rampant wealth hoarding, where money was no longer in the real world. It was just being hoarded in vast numbers. We had a small amount of Americans owning pretty much all of the things and having all of the wealth.
I mean,
none of this resonates with the.
It sounds so familiar. I don't know.
But it's also why I think, and this is what's really important to me, in this moment, we need, whether we call it the Democratic Party, whether we call it like a I don't know, like a more economically populist look at our politics. Either way, we need to be ready. We need to be there with the answers and with policies already written, because I do think it's going to move fast.
No question.
The Trump administration has broken so much. The Trump administration has destroyed so much of the norms, so much of the kind of...
I mean, if you want to like break it down, Doge, what, was there for like less than 6 months? Just that alone to clean up that fucking shit show is going to take decades. And don't even get me started about the Department of Education.
The general way of doing business.
And in many ways, the spirit, the emotional spirit, I think, of Americans who are frayed at the edges by just the exhaustion, the constant assault on all of our senses, and purposefully.
We've had a number of moments of crisis for our democracy throughout our country's history, right? 1770s, 1860s, 1930s, 1960s.
Right.
In every one of these moments, the Americans that rose to the occasion to protect the project, they understood that they could not just go back to what they had. That to protect the rights of our children, we need to extend them new rights. That to protect freedom, we need to come up with new definitions of freedom. That it was, in fact, the status quo, the system that we had, that's what brought us to the moment of crisis. And so it isn't going to be enough.
Or the exploitation of those moments. The system oftentimes, no matter how, as you said, they put forth ideas that are going to elevate people, the system tends towards exploitation.
Always.
And corruption. And that tends to lead to those moments, as you say, of collapse and reinvention.
And I honestly think it's because, well, we democratized our politics, but we never democratized our economy. And within our political system,
bars, yes,
within our wealth equates political power in the system that we have.
Yep.
No question.
And so, without a democratized economic system, you are always going to eventually find yourself with these consolidated moments of wealth, which will inherently create consolidated moments of political power, which we keep doing this.
I mean, you're seeing it right now play out in the tech world. And we can get into this. You talked earlier a little off camera about the $2 million that they've flooded into Maine for Susan Collins. And it came from people like Karp at Palantir.
Yeah.
But to your point, and to the point of the 1920s, there's this one industry where trillions and trillions of dollars are funneling into that industry through deregulation and through wealth capture and all these other things. And then they're turning some of that money into political power. And it's this cycle where they're just funneling the money that they've gotten through deregulation and the fact that capital isn't taxed in the same way that labor is. And now they're putting that back into the system to consolidate and keep that power at the top.
I'm okay. I shouldn't. I'm gonna FDR. I'm gonna FDR one last time.
Bring it, FDR me.
So in 44, FDR puts out the Economic Bill of Rights, which actually, amusingly enough, it came out of the first real nationwide polling that was ever done.
Wow.
In 42 and 43, the administration did a massive polling effort across the country to ask working Americans, what are the things that you need? Now, unsurprisingly, it was, we want security in our housing. We want jobs that matter, that pay us a living wage. We want the ability to collectively bargain and join unions. We want access to healthcare. We want access to education. 1944, FDR puts out the Economic Bill of Rights, which essentially says, we as a nation, in order to democratize our economy, we need to provide as rights things like housing, healthcare, education, collective bargaining, all of it.
Right.
when he kind of lays it out, he says, and I'm going to paraphrase here, but he essentially says, look, if we do not systemically change and not allow for this consolidation of wealth, we are going to wind up eventually right back where we were in the late 1920s. And even though that this nation defeated fascism on the battlefields abroad, that is going to engender and create fascism here at home. And then he dies. He dies in 45, and with him dies
what an exit letter, though.
And with his death dies the political will to bring that economic Bill of Rights into a reality. And I honestly, like, had we implemented that in the late 1940s, we live in a different society today.
I know a little secret about a lot of the folks that listen. Grant, let me ask you, because everything that you're talking about, I think, brings up to me. So I want to bring it more specific to the Democratic Party and sort of where they have failed to bring that broad-based thinking to bear. We'll just go with, we've got to tax the rich. What you hear from Democrats a lot is we got to just tax the rich. But if you don't connect the money that you're getting to the value that the voters are going to be receiving for that money, it is a hollow pledge. And nobody gets behind it because you have not earned the credibility that voters need to have, that you will be using that money responsibly and for programs that make sense, as you said, not just another tax credit subsidy. The Democrats seem unable to connect money to value in a broad way that resonates with voters.
And can I tell you why I think that is?
That's exactly why I'm asking you.
It's because I don't think they actually do want to tax the rich. I think there are a lot of people in the Democratic Party who want to use that language,
right,
in order to try to garner votes, but they don't really want to go through with it because that would really piss off their donors.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else, Graham, actually. I thought you were going to say, because they don't know what to do with it. They don't know actually what to do with the money.
I think that is also partially true. We have a political class right now that exists that has really grown up in the politics of the last 50 years.
With corporate money and
That's right. And so that system is going to elevate certain kinds of people with, frankly, certain ideologies or certain kind of, even just emotional relationships, which make them not want to do something big, right? I mean, it doesn't, a system like that does not elevate people who dream. It elevates people who are going to be transactional.
Well, what do they always say, Graham? They say, don't let perfect be the enemy of good, which I can understand with systems, and you don't want to get paralyzed. But you also, the counter to that is, don't let good be the enemy of what's possible.
Amen.
And too often that becomes the mantra.
And that's been I'm 41. My entire life.
Let me tell you something. Your voice is 62. Your voice is my age.
I know. Well, maybe it was my time in the Marine Corps.
Coffee and cigarettes, baby.
Coffee, cigarettes, and yelling when I was in the Marine Corps. So maybe it's that.
That'll do it.
Ironically, I've had this voice even before the coffee and cigarettes. But that's what
you were the kid in the Little Rascals who's like, let's put on a show. Froggy.
It's a joke, but it's not that much of a joke. But the problem is people that are elevated within that system, they're not going to want to think big. And that's actually my whole life. I've just heard from establishment politicians that the best thing we can ever do is keep electing the same people because they know how the system works.
Mm-hmm.
And that experience is somehow the experience that's going to get us something instead of nothing. The problem is their experience is within the system that can't seem to do anything.
And and I actually think that that's a bad experience. Like, I don't think that actually equates to a political vision, or even a theory of power for that matter, because it's not about getting things done in the service of something. It's just like being able to play the inside baseball for the sake of playing the inside baseball, not in the service of a greater goal. And I think honestly, that's one of the biggest problems that we have. And meanwhile, like, this is why I think we need a lot more normal people in politics, because the experience of normal people, like my experience, is having to fight in deeply stupid wars and seeing the reality of that.
I have said for so long that social workers would make incredible Congress people. Rashida Tlaib is a social worker. We have seen so much fucking shit. We are on the front lines of the policies that they are implementing. I have said social workers, nurses, veterans would make incredible Congress people and senators, because we actually are the ones that are experiencing the policies that they are passing or not passing.
Yes. It's also coming home from those stupid wars and then not being supported for many years and going through the problems. Then it's like trying to start a small business and going through the problems of dealing with all of having the experience of trying to figure out how to make life work, and all within a system that often is kind of arrayed against you. And we need more people with that kind of experience, because when you have that kind of experience, you're living in the material realities of policy, not the words.
Write that down. You are living in the material realities of policy. That is fucking dead on. But let me say too, though, Graham, and I think it's important. And in talking to you, it's something's kind of clicking in my head, which is, because we all talk about, normal people don't talk like that. You've got to talk to normal people. You've got to get outside of it. And all those things are correct.
You got to touch
grass. But we also need kind of Rosetta Stones. We need some people that can help translate those lived experiences, the material realities of living through the effects of policy, into those broader kind of philosophical and policy hierarchies that need to be structured. And I feel like that, if I may, feels like a little bit of the magic I'm seeing from you, is that you're able to have lived that experience and then translate it into Washington speak, to understand how that experience can translate into the changes in policy. And it's such an important connection.
One of the weirdest things, I actually think my education on this was in my time on planning board.
That's interesting. Planning board in Sullivan?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Because on planning board in a small town especially, you craft policy, implement policy, and then see the material.
Oh, planning board. Oh, for the town. Okay.
Real outcome of that policy, sometimes within weeks. And it's happening to your neighbors who are going to come tell you if it's fucked up. And so there's a, for me, that was a really incredible experience, because you begin to, the words on the page actually translate to a material thing. And you have to be very careful about, and also more importantly though, you have to be flexible, because sometimes you'll write the words on the page, you implement it, and then it does something different than what you thought. And then you need to be willing to revisit.
That's really interesting. Does it make you distrust bureaucracy, or does it make you, in that instance, do you begin to understand the frustrations of even well-intentioned procedures?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. I don't, I'll be I'm not mistrustful of bureaucracy, because I honestly, bureaucracy in some ways is necessary. It's how we keep systems functioning. The problem is we've resulted in bureaucracies that cannot be flexible at all.
And are captured by
and are fully captured.
A lot of times the complexity of bureaucracy is put there by moneyed interests because they know they're the ones that got a team of lawyers.
Yep.
That's right.
They're the ones. Tax loopholes aren't put in there by poor people.
No, I mean, regulatory capture is a real thing. Like even in the small business food world, I've dealt with it firsthand. Like you're like, the only way I could meet this standard is if I was like a multi-million-dollar company that could afford all this nonsense. And you're like, oh, that's why. Because this was written by a multi-million-dollar company who's the only one that could afford all this nonsense. And then they gave it to a politician who made it a policy. And that's like, you're like, oh,
And they
there
don't
it
have
is.
the time. But believe me, that was the other, I remember being down in Washington. We were talking about, it was the PACT Act, and we were talking about burn pits for veterans, things like that. And I remember a representative coming up to us and going, this is a terrible thing that's happening. But like, we're really busy. So could you guys write it? Could you write the bill? They're asking us, like a couple of idiots. Like, we're like, sure, we'll write it. But it made me realize, like, I imagine that somebody on Wall Street, somebody in telecom, they might go like, absolutely, we'll write it. We'd be delighted.
And then they don't read it.
I think I think that.
I'll never forget this specific part in Reacher. Great show. Fantastic show. It was in season 2. This is not a spoiler, but it's about something that was in a specific bill that then came to fruition. What was in that specific bill had nothing to do with the actual bill, but they had snuck it in because they knew no one reads the full bill. And that was like the first time that it really hit me when I saw that people don't actually read the entire bill that they're voting on. And then Marjorie Taylor Greene comes out and said, if I'd known that this was in this, I would not have voted for this bill, when she voted for the big bullshit bill. So then it's kind of like what they're saying is like these Wall Street people or whoever can make up all this fucking bullshit, sneak it in. And the only reason it's sneaked in is because no one fucking reads the bill.
That is what happens.
Right.
I mean, like that's
happens.
I mean, and these are things that are written by lawyers. I mean, meanwhile, like, what a community organization writes something big, and then they give it, and like, I don't even know what this is. Is this written? I mean, like, it's just this. It's structurally arrayed to benefit those with wealth and power and an army of attorneys, which is, I mean, I think that's why we continue to kind of find ourselves in the straits we find ourselves in.
Graham, can I ask you a question? It's a slight change of topic, but like, well, first of all, let me just say, all I heard about you for a while was, hey, this guy's got a fucked up tattoo and some Reddit posts that aren't any good.
Yes.
And yet, as I talk to you, your candidacy, the way that it's resonating with people, it couldn't make more sense. It's logical. It has. I can almost watch the bottom stair and you walking up the stairs as something that is organic and builds naturally and makes total sense. So I imagine the frustration, and I'm not saying people's backgrounds shouldn't also be a part of their story and the challenges that they face and some of the things, but I'm saying it must have been a slightly frustrating experience to see the story that you're describing, which feels so organic and so grassroots and so common sense oriented, be overshadowed by things that you might have regretted, not done exactly right, or also have no real bearing.
Yeah, I mean, it was a uniquely frustrating experience. It still is sometimes because but to see myself being framed by people who've never met me, who know absolutely nothing about my background, really, who like just latched on to this, like, oh, this guy said dumb things on the internet 15 years ago. And I'm like, yeah, man, I did. Cause I was like a angry young dude who got back from my 4th combat tour and like was isolated and lonely and spent time bitching on the internet.
Right.
Yeah.
But let me ask you a question, Greg. Why do you, so you just said something really interesting, which is angry young man back from fourth deployment, online, struggling. Why weren't you think you captured by the alt-right? Because boy, do you sound like their target audience.
He ain't wrong. He is not
captured
wrong.
by the anger of that movement. Because that, boy, you're in the time frame. You have the experience of it. White guy, working class.
Yep.
Angry vet.
He's not wrong.
Struggling to fit in.
Not wrong.
You are fertile soil, brother, for that kind of recruitment. Why do you think it didn't go that way?
One is because even in high school, I had some absolutely spectacular teachers who sort of opened my eyes up to, I would like a criticism of the larger system that didn't require you to like look for scapegoats in other working people.
Oh, that's interesting. You didn't fall into the like pronoun trap where you're like, these fucking pronoun people. I'm voting for Trump.
No, and also obviously I have two very loving parents who very much engendered in me this idea that like you need to be open with other people and you need to be like empathetic and compassionate. And I thank my lucky stars that I have two wonderful parents that did that. But I will say the other thing is like when I got back, I definitely, how do I put this? Like I definitely was looking for like answers, and in that,
and a community,
hence why the internet, because I certainly wasn't getting it in the real world, but I was also going to college, and in school, I became friends with a number of people who had very, very, very different lived experiences than mine. And in doing that, I realized that the best thing for me to do is to like spend time around people who have had a totally different life than I have and understand that their life, their lived experience is just as valid as mine. And that the more that I can one, open myself up to those people and then also have them open up to me, the more I get.
That's why I think town halls need to be mandatory, is because of this. People have lived experiences and politicians need to hear about those lived experiences. And they don't. They have put themselves into a bubble where they are only hearing from the consultants or from their donors. They are not hearing from your everyday grandmas, your everyday working class students. They aren't hearing from them. And so they don't see the connections between how the policies that they vote for affect their constituents. And that's why I think town hall should be mandatory.
To learn about the human experience, and the more I get to learn about, and it's really difficult to do that and also start thinking that you should like hate other people. I think in some ways it was those sort of, I had a good foundation, honestly.
Right. Well, it is, the internet is so good at reducing things to two dimensions, whereas life is obviously you're living in three, and from what I understand, sometimes four. But, I'm wondering if that world, did you understand its appeal? Because I imagine anybody who's a Marine or anybody who served in Iraq and Afghanistan knows those guys.
Oh, totally.
Hangs out with those guys. Loves those guys for other reasons other than some of their politics.
Totally.
But I also imagine you understand the siren song of exactly what you're saying. And were you cognizant of it when you were looking for community? And did you ever feel its pull in that way?
And I also got a lot of that in the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps is, if we're talking about like people want to be part of a community, having a purpose, feeling connected, and for young men, there's the whole like aggression and violence thing. Like I was the Marine Corps infantry. Like, I mean, it doesn't get more those things than that.
As aggressive and violent. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
the training.
And I also got to the end of it and realized that it didn't fill any holes in me. Like it didn't, in fact, it had left me more alone and more isolated in many ways. And so so for me, there was I did kind of already know that looking for more of that was not going to be the answer. I kind of got like the maximum version of that, or the maximalist version of that. And it didn't work.
Right. You didn't need the alt-right. You were enlisted in it. So you had lived it.
Yeah, I mean, and don't be wrong. I mean, I will always be proud of. I love the Marine Corps. I'm very proud of being a Marine. The guys I served with still remain some of my closest friends. But it is definitely like it's a hyper masculine. Certainly, when I was in, it was all male, and things that are virtues there are definitely not virtues in the normal world. And then I had to go out into the normal world, learn that the hard way. But then also the thing that actually made me happy was real community. Like the thing that actually ended up filling all the emptiness inside of me, it wasn't rage, it wasn't anger, it wasn't any of that stuff. It was literally like just spending time with other people in the place that I live. And working with people on projects to improve all of our lives. And suddenly in all of that, I was like, oh man, I'm a legitimately happier person. I mean, I spent years really, really disillusioned. And then I moved back to Maine, started working on the ocean, which has another big part. I mean, it's hard to not feel a sense of place when you're on the sea, on your boat, looking at the seals and the eagles and
wait, what ocean? I'm in Jersey, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Maine's pretty. I mean, and that's when I mean, I am so lucky to be where I'm from. I'm so lucky that my community, when I came home, really kind of wrapped its arms around me in some ways, and it allowed me to come back. Like I finally got to come home, and I was lucky enough that it actually is my home. It's the place I was born and raised. That has a lot to do with it. But the big thing was really just engaging with human beings and building that sense of real in-person community. And it is challenging, right? Like human beings are still people.
Yeah, it's complicated.
So the thing to understand, it's never going to be perfect, but it is, I don't know how to say this. In working with other people and connecting with other people in real life, not on the internet, but in real life, that is kind of what rebuilt all of my hope, and it's what rebuilt all of my positivity. And it was, and I didn't have any of that when I was looking for it on the internet. I didn't have any of it when I was really, I mean, the military kind of fills that hole for a little while when you're doing it, but the moment you leave it, it all goes away, and now you're alone. And so it doesn't actually fix it. It's not like a long-term sustainable version of community. And long-term sustainable community is the thing that actually is, I mean, that's why I'm doing this.
But see, this is why, Graham, I feel like what's so different about what you're talking about is that it lacks the platitudes of somebody viewing something from above. You're viewing everything from within. You're talking about roots. You're talking about I was adrift and I went back and I planted these roots in my community, and here's how I did it, and here's how I rebuilt my sense of self and my sense of purpose. It is a story grounded in lived experience. And I do think that, it certainly resonates with me, even though my experience in the world is so different than yours, because I can touch it. It feels really tangible to me. It feels really grounded in a kind of hierarchy of needs that I can grasp, rather than cable news platitudinous nonsense.
Yep.
And that is what is so missing from our politics.
It's also, this is the part that gets me. It's not how people interact. That's the thing that gets me about this whole experience. And I always get the question, from journalists. They're like, what do you think explains the fact that you, a random guy from Eastern Maine, is now like beating I'm like up 40 points on a 2-term elected sitting governor. And
this was before Janet Mills dropped
far
out.
ahead of Susan Collins. I mean, and so they always call. They're like, how do you explain this? And I'm always like, honestly, it's because I think because I just like talk like a regular human being, and in many ways, I'm coming at this very much from like this space of just being down here in the real world and seeing what's going on, which is, and the other thing too is like, I also don't think that voters are, well, mostly because I am one too. Like, I don't think we're this like mass of people to be manipulated, right? Like in the Democratic Party is still really bad at this, by the way. There's still this like idea that we got to like, there's like these magic words.
Yep.
We're like, oh, we didn't use the magic word last time that would have made people think we give a shit about them without actually giving a shit. Like, it's like, nah, dude, people are smart. People, like, they don't like when they're being they don't like the magic words. They want you to say things like, no, we want you to have health care. That's why we have this universal health care policy.
And here's the plan that we have that's going to connect
here's the plan.
The money we're talking about to the value you might receive. The frustration with the Democratic Party is always kind of this, which what they'll say is this: the strategy is authenticity. And you're like, right, that's not a strategy.
That's not a strategy.
That's just a thing. And then you can smell the thing that really rubs me the wrong way is you can smell the meeting on them when they talk. The meeting where they went, Donald Trump's resonating with them because he curses sometimes. So the next day, Chuck Schumer is out there. I will fucking pass this. And you're like, you smell the marketing, you smell the strategy, you smell the PR on them almost at all times.
Yeah.
Has there been any connection, Grant?
It's not natural.
Look, the Democratic establishment has certainly put their Kalshi money and their Polymarket money on Janet Mills, and that, have you felt any sense of any curiosity? Has there been any, hey, Graham, I'm a more establishment guy. You seem to be resonating. What do you think is going on? Or do they view you again through the prism of insurgent? This insurgent must be stopped.
As of late, past few months, there's been a lot more reach out from like individual people, kind of in the like senators. Honestly, I think there are a lot of senators now. There are a bunch of senators like Bernie, Elizabeth Warren, Chris Van Hollen, that whole crew. Who Martin Heinrich in New Mexico, who like they reached out early on and have been big supporters really the whole time.
They felt a fellow progressive who they thought, okay, I understand where this fella's coming from.
Totally. So that's been going on since the beginning. Past couple months, though, there has been more reach out from, I would say, more kind of like establishment folks. However, and this is the important part, not from the DSCC, not from the DNC. Like nobody in the places of power remains interested.
But they're lost, dude. Like
it's so bad.
They're so lost. Bad. Oh my God.
And the thing that bothers me the most isn't like, I'm not asking for you to like be my friend. But you should be curious because I'm pulling 40 points ahead.
Right.
At least just reach out and be like, hey, what are you actually? Because they've never spoken ever. I've never gotten a phone call.
And that's what's crazy is like, he's never gotten a phone call until Janet Mills dropped out. That's when Chuck Schumer was like, oh, like, we're going to call you now. And it just shows like how they are going kicking and screaming because they want to do anything and everything to avoid being held accountable. And Chuck Schumer knows that when Graham Plattner is in the Senate, he's going to be held accountable. Graham Plattner is going to hold them accountable.
Like, no one's ever reached out. I've never talked to anybody in leadership. No one's ever been interested in which is like kind of baffling.
I think it's because they only know two stories. The two stories are this: you're either a moderate Democrat or you're a left-wing firebrand. And so what they're saying is, oh, sure, the left-wing firebrand, that does well in the primary, but that'll never travel. There is that idea that, well, electability, and there's something crazy about this.
Fucking electability.
You are the equivalent of you're the Democratic equivalent of a MAGA loyalist who has come out with wildly controversial positions. And then you talk to you for 5 minutes, you go, oh no, this is based in historical precedent. It has a very literate and literary foundation to it. It has a foundation of lived experience. Like, they should be, again, viewing this as a Rosetta Stone that can help them translate. And
but
here's
they don't
the trick.
care.
And maybe this is what we can kind of talk about. And I'm cognizant of your time. And because
it's okay.
of your lived experience, your rural internet connection.
That's the issue, actually.
That is the issue. How do you translate that lived experience? You talked about it a little bit earlier, being on the planning board and understanding that, sometimes the wording and the intention, had unforeseen consequences and those kinds of things. How do we translate those experiences to create that new deal for a more modern America where we do get that value, where we do change the incentives of government, the way that money is spent? How do we make that transition?
This is honestly the hardest question to answer. And my answer is going to be insufficient. I'll just tell you that right off the bat. The answer to it is that we need to build political power through getting people like me into the U.S. Senate, into Congress, and we also need to do it while building organizational power outside of the system. There has never been a moment in American history where we've gotten good things just because the institutions or people in power decided to do it. They needed to be pressed.
Yep.
I mean, this is honestly why this country has killed the labor movement. We did it on purpose. We did it because the labor movement is a foundation of power.
It's interesting he's saying this on May Day too, where May Day's not really a thing in the United States.
That can actually push back against the system. We need to, on our campaign, this is above all else, this is an organizing project, because I firmly believe that while me getting elected to the U.S. Senate, that's a big part of it, but that needs to be in tandem with a fully organized, broad-based coalition here in the state of Maine that can put pressure on, frankly, other members of our delegation if need be. Because it's not going to be enough to just rely on the systems. But the big thing is that it's that building that kind of outside power. That's also how we're going to identify more people like me and then have the resources to get them elected. Because the biggest issue right now is that, I think that you probably saw there was an article recently about how majority Democrats, which is this kind of PAC group, has been essentially curating with a lot of money these candidates to push forward, and it's all built around this idea that we're doing the pro-corporate, pro-business moderate types.
I don't think I know
we need to build
what article he's talking about.
The opposite of that. We need to build the infrastructure. So for me, the only reason this ever happened is because on day one, people who could shoot a launch video, who could help with small dollar fundraising, and who could get my name in the papers, those three things, those were assets that I had access to because some, frankly, labor unions had pitched in some support for the project to make that happen. We got to find other people from the normal world like me, and they're going to look different, they're going to sound different, they're going to be from different communities, and that's all what it's supposed to be. But it's a matter of infrastructure.
Yes.
Because if we don't have that infrastructure to give them that early support, then, like, if I woke up one day and said, I want to be a U.S. Senator, I would have walked out of the boat launch. I would have told that to the guys that I fish next to. We all would have laughed about it over coffee, and then we all would have moved on with our lives, right? Like, it just would not, there's no way that it would have materialized. And so to turn all of this stuff into reality through policy, frankly, we need to build the political power to make it happen. That's why it's a kind of an insufficient question, because it's not actually about or it's an insufficient answer, because what we have to do first before doing any of that is seize political power. And to do that, we're going to have to create the infrastructure to get normal people into places of power, which is hard when all of the money is, like you mentioned, I mean, yesterday, Alex Karp and the CEO of Blackstone.
That's Palantir and Blackstone, for those following at home.
Palantir and Blackstone unleashed $2 million of negative ads against me yesterday.
Just out of curiosity, what does Palantir have against you?
Well, I have actively said that I think that companies that steal everyone's data should be broken up and destroyed. So, it's...
so they're in the pro steal everyone's data camp. And so that...
Fair play to them. But
Grant, you're talking about building this political movement and the power. And I can tell you, at least from my experience of talking to people, the thirst is out there. And you see from these sort of... there is a general undercurrent of 100%. Energy for something different. I almost think...
It's like... right when Trump started doing terrible things, so like the very first day, people, everyday Americans, were just begging the Democratic Party to do something, anything, blink twice, and they just wouldn't. They wouldn't do anything. And it's because they believe that if they let the Republicans just destroy everything, they can come and do just the half-assed job and be like, oh, we did fix it. We are better. And people are tired of that. That's happened with Obama. That happened with Biden. It's a repetitive cycle that people are done with. And so to have political change needs to have ambitions. But that's something that the Democratic Party is still struggling with.
There's a kind of a funny chicken and the egg thing here, in that, to get more people like you and to get more infrastructure, we also need more specificity. We need the outline of that New Deal. People, I think, need to know what they're signing up for. Yeah. And right now, they don't have a sense that they're signing up for anything different. They might be signing up for different people, and they might be like, well, that person is pro-choice, so I'm assuming there's going to be more. But they don't know economically the specifics. What do you mean by we all need health care? Like, what does that mean? What does it mean that, labor is getting its ass kicked by capital? It's almost like if you could put those on parallel tracks, one can build the other. But I think you can't build the one without the other. Right. Does that make sense?
Oh, what 100%. And this is and that's the struggle, honestly. I mean, that's the challenge, that, especially when we are arrayed against such a vast amount of wealth that is going to try to push back.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing. We need to. We need to try. If we don't fight back, I mean, these lunatics want us to own absolutely nothing, turn our lives into subscription models, turn all of our being into some commodified avatar in data that they sell.
Be replaced by
robots.
By robots and autonomous intelligence. Like that's
this is that's what they want. And we literally cannot let them win. I mean, if they win, that is a bleak future indeed. And we need, but they're not going to. That we are in this very unique moment where the system itself has been built to benefit them. The average person has been sold this story for a long time that power is not for them. Power is for special smart people. Power is for people who come from the system itself, which is all nonsense. It's a bullshit story. It always has been. But so where we are right now is we are in this moment of we have to change the narrative around it. We have to change the way people think about power. We have to talk about the fact that it's universal health care isn't nebulous. It's Medicare for all. It's an existing Senate bill.
That's right.
It's not magic. It's Senate Bill 1506. It's a real thing. We just need the political will to pass it. We need to strengthen labor. We need to pass things like the PRO Act.
And the connection to people to understand why it's not scary and how it would work and how we could do it. But again, it's that double track of, but then people have to be convinced that the government has the credibility to be able to, cases need to be made so that people begin to trust that the money that they're sending in, which is significant for most people, is being utilized in a way. You know, one of the things I think people, we talk so much about the system of government that we have and the way that it was designed. And it was designed as a compromise with slave owning states. Let's be honest. That's how the Electoral College and that's how the Senate.
The Electoral College needs to be fucking abolished. I fucking despise the Electoral College. In general,
what people, I think, hopefully begin to understand is there's also this fourth branch of government, which is corporate power. And that government's really the only organization strong enough, large enough to offset some of the corrosive effects of corporate power. And the government has to be able to use that and not be held hostage to it and captive by it.
It's my critique of libertarianism.
Yeah, because you could have ended up in that camp.
Right.
Your resume is libertarian coded, if I may say.
And I've got some libertarian. I mean, I live in Eastern Maine. I do want to be left alone. So, there are elements of it that I totally understand.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest. It's mostly just the fact that I read a lot of history books, and in my reading of history, consolidated capital, the only really effective way of going after it is with governmental power. And when we don't do it, that's when corporate power, the power of capital, captures government. And the answer to that, the answer to bad government isn't no government, it's good government.
And good government is possible. I swear to you, I will die on that hill. Good government is possible.
All the Northern European countries show us that there are better ways of doing this.
Right.
And you can make different choices about what you prioritize in your society, where you put your productivity, where you put your capital. I mean, does it go towards making people's lives better, or does it go towards somebody hoarding the wealth? I mean, we've chosen option B as of late, and it's just a bad option. But the only way for us to get that stuff back is to harness the power of government, because otherwise, multinational corporations.
Yeah, will be consumed by the other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Graham, I can't tell you how pleased I am to have been.
That was a good interview. Okay, now let's see what they are saying. Now we just need a few hundred more of this guy. Janet dropped out today. Thank you, John, for platforming Graham. You've gotten us halfway there. Thank you. If I'd lived in Maine, I'd vote for him. He's real. I'm retired military, 25 years, retired RN after 30 years. We need young, intelligent, real people in charge of the country. Maine has a national treasure right here. Vote this man in. We democratized our politics, but we never democratized our economy. So simple and so insightful. Our country needs him in the Senate. Thanks for platforming Graham, John. Please have Abdul El-Sayed on next. I agree. I think he's already had them, but I'm not sure. Thanks for confirming why I like this guy so much. He makes my blood pressure go down, finally. It's structural, it's creativity. I am so happy Graham Plattner is running. We need so many more of him. And yes, it's about understanding and using power. Okay, so now on to this. Pod Save America, DNC Chair Ken Martin talks about the autopsy. Now, the autopsy is not being released, even after Ken Martin said I don't even know how long, he said when he was running to be DNC chair that they would release the autopsy. Then when the autopsy report came out, He was like, oh, we're not releasing it. We're only releasing some of it. And he gets pressed. And it's good that he gets pressed because it just is very frustrating how it's frustrating, this interview.
Listeners, this all came about because you expressed some frustration about criticism of the DNC coming from our direction. So I appreciate you coming on to talk about it directly. I'll just say up front, we share the goal of making sure Democrats win everywhere, especially the White House in 2028. I also very much understand you've got one of the hardest jobs in politics that you took at an especially tough time for the party. But I do want to press you on some specific things because I think the stakes are too high not to. Does that sound fair?
Sounds great, John. Thank you. Appreciate it.
He's
so
like,
I want to start with the 2024 autopsy, which you call an after-action review. When you won the chairmanship in February of 25, you criticized the DNC's refusal to release their 2016 autopsy as exactly what not to do. You said, quote,
I also think
was there any utility in doing that? And then promised your 2024 autopsy would be different.
I think there shouldn't be a choice. Like, there should be no choice. You have to release it. Like, it's not an option. Like, no one can say you can't release it. You have to release it.
And your exact quote was, of course it will be released. Why did you change your mind on that?
Well, look, I mean, what I said all along, even when I ran for this position, is that we were going to focus on the things that will help us win the upcoming election, right? Making sure that we learn the right lessons that could help inform our victories. And that's what we've done. We said this when we sent out the press release back in November saying we weren't going to release the report. We were going to actually keep our focus on those lessons. And we released those lessons. We continue to do that. And it's important for me, instead of navel gazing and looking backwards and trying to relitigate 2024, I don't know about you, John, but I don't have a time machine. I don't think you do. No one does. So we can't change what happened in 24. The only thing we can do is actually change what happens in the future, including the 26 election cycle, 28 and beyond. That means we do need to learn the lessons. We need to make sure they help inform our decisions that we're making. And we've been releasing those. We released them just a couple months ago in our playbook, which if you want to look at that, go to dnc.org/playbook, and you can get an example of some of the lessons. We've been releasing them with our donors and with activists and party leaders. We've been talking about what those lessons are, and we've actually been putting those lessons into action. And so it's not completely accurate to say that we didn't release that. Where we're keeping our focus is on the lessons that can actually help us win.
But on this show in August, you told me this about releasing the review, quote, "We have to do it to give people who invested so much time, energy, and money a sense of what happened and why we lost."
Correct.
Especially why we lost. So what changed between August and December? I understand there are lessons, but those are not the full report. Why not release the full report? What's in the report that you wouldn't want
to
publicize?
There's no smoking gun in the report. And I know that's what everyone's so eager to learn. The smoking.
Okay, so if there's no smoking gun, then why don't you just release it? I think that's such a terrible thing for him to have said.
Gun. Guess what, John?
But if there's no smoking gun, why wouldn't you just release it then?
Because we want to keep the focus on the lessons. Because what ends up happening here is that people, of course, want to weaponize the report in a way to look backwards, to point fingers, place blame in a way that actually doesn't keep us focused on the upcoming election. But instead, the navel gazing of focusing backwards actually takes us backwards. We're 189 days from this.
You lost not once, but fucking twice to a pedophile human trafficker. What the fuck do you mean you don't want to go backwards? You need to analyze the fuck out of why you lost. This bullshit doesn't fly. This pisses me off so much because it's like, oh, we don't want to go backwards. We are just going to pretend that everything is fine. We don't want to go backward, blah, 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 blah. Bitch, you lost to a pedophile human trafficker who doesn't even know how to read twice. Like, what are you doing?
Election, John. What we don't need to be focused on is actually relitigating 2024. What we need to do is learn the lessons of 24 in the years preceding that can help us win this upcoming election. That's why we've been releasing them. That's why we've been focused in on actually putting those lessons into action. And there's nothing that I told you in August that is inaccurate. We've been sharing those lessons out with donors. We've been talking about this with party leaders and activists and others and organizations and campaigns. It's no surprise and I get it. I get why people are obsessed with it, because there's various groups and organizations and people who think there's some sort of smoking gun in there. Guess what, John? In the third closest presidential election in the last 100 years, everything mattered. There's nothing that didn't impact that election.
But why did you spend the money going to 50 states, doing all these interviews, doing all this stuff, and doing this report in the first place, if you weren't going to release the full results of it? Like, why? I don't get why just you and some of the senior DNC people get to see it, but not most of the DNC members who are, state party chairs. I mean, more than a dozen DNC members told NBC just the other week they want it released, including Congresswoman Delia Ramirez and North Carolina Democratic Party Chair Anderson Clayton. And Anderson said, quote, "Genuinely, what did you all find that we did not?" How did you answer that question?
What we found is the things we've been telling them, both Anderson, Delia, other folks who have concerns about it. We've shared all of the lessons with them, right? And so again, I think, John, the reality is you're proving my point here, right? People are obsessed about this in a way that continues to turn them away from wanting to focus on the lessons and instead thinking that there's some sort of smoking gun in here that's going to give them the one single reason that Kamala Harris lost the election, or the one single thing that we should have done differently that's going to actually help us win in the future. There is no one single thing that cost Kamala the election. There is no one single thing that we can do to help us win the upcoming election. There's a number of lessons for sure that will help us win in 26 and beyond. But again,
this is my issue with the Democratic Party. They can't take criticism for fucking shit. They cannot take criticism. It is absolutely atrocious that they are refusing to listen when everyone said, if you don't fucking come out swinging about Gaza, you are going to lose. That wasn't good enough. Then the autopsy report obviously shows that Gaza is the reason they lost. That still, they're not going to fucking release it because then they're going to be told, I told you so. They cannot handle criticism. And that's what makes this fucking party weak. If you can't handle criticism, get the fuck out of politics. Politics is supposed to be criticized. You are supposed to be criticized. You are supposed to have feedback. That is the whole fucking point about politics. And yet, we're going back to the lessons. We're going forward. We're going forward. No, you need to analyze why you fucking lost to a pedophile human trafficker who can't fucking read and who wears a fucking diaper.
I understand what you're saying, John. We'll just have to agree to disagree on this because, we have already started to put those lessons into action. I'm proud of the results of what we've seen over the last year and a half since I've been elected. We have significant wind at our back, and we're going to continue to move forward. And we're going to continue to put those lessons we've learned into action, and I hope others will start to do the same.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, because it certainly doesn't seem like anyone's looking for one single silver bullet, because it's a 200-page report. So I feel like on a 200-page report, there's a lot of lessons for everyone to take. And if you're going to operationalize it, then I think the question is, like, are you operationalizing it on behalf of people who didn't actually get to see the report? So, like, do they know what they're agreeing to when they operationalize lessons from the report if they haven't been able to read the report?
John, you're proving the point.
What's the point?
What point is the obsession on the report without actually focusing in on the lessons.
Then release the fucking report so we can focus on the lessons. No one's going to give a fuck about the lessons because you refuse to release the report.
If people believe there's some sort of magic silver bullet in there that's going to solve all of our ills at the Democratic Party. There's not. And I understand.
I don't think there's going to be a magic silver bullet, though. Who thinks that? No one thinks it's good. No one thinks there's a magic silver bullet. It's a 200-page report. You interviewed people in 50 states. You spent a lot of donor money on it. I think people are probably wondering, like,
we didn't spend a lot of donor money on that, and that's just inaccurate.
You spent a couple $100,000 on it, right?
No, we did not.
It was a free report?
We did not spend a couple $100,000 on that. The person and people who were involved in it were not paid to do this work. And so
Okay, he said this. I've listened to this fucking interview a little too many times. Let's see. Did the DNC pay someone to do the autopsy? 2024. Okay, let's see. I can find one that's not. I just want to. According to Google. Now, I know that's pretty broad, but it says as of early May 2026, the Democratic National Committee, DNC, did commission an internal autopsy or after action review of the 2024 election loss, but the committee has faced intense criticism for deciding not to publicly release it. Who did the work? The review was led by Paul Rivera, a longtime Democratic Party operative and aide to DNC chair Ken Martin. The team included staffers and advisors. Was it paid for? DNC Chair Ken Martin denied that high amounts of donor money were spent on the free report, stating in an interview with Pod Save America that it was a free report and that the people involved were not paid to do this work. However, this claim was met with skepticism by some, with some reports suggesting it was an in-house effort. Okay, but that's also what's really confusing, because if you didn't pay someone, who would do this work for free? They interviewed hundreds of people. They traveled. You're telling me that they did this for free? No. Also, if this is an in-house effort, that also means that the autopsy report isn't genuine because it needs to be from a third party. This is very sketchy. Very sketchy. I don't know what. I don't fucking know.
I will just say that's inaccurate, John. So I'm not sure where you would even get that number. And so do you have some sort of record that shows we spent any money on that?
I've seen reporting that you did spend money on it. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well that's inaccurate. Okay, the person we asked to do this is an unpaid advisor to the DNC. And so I appreciate where it's coming from, John, but let's just trade in facts on this, right? The reality is we did talk to, hundreds of people. It was an exhaustive exercise to really get at what are those key lessons. And I want to be very clear. There's nothing that changed from what I said on the campaign trail to now, which is when
you were on the campaign trail and you talked about definitely releasing an autopsy and criticized the DNC for not releasing an autopsy in 2016. In your mind, you thought, I'm going to do one, but only release certain lessons and not the full report?
No, what I said at the time is exactly what I've been saying now, which is we have to focus on the things that help us win the future elections. We have to focus on those lessons. We have to do this exercise, by the way, of conducting this analysis so that we actually learn what happened, not just in 24, but in the years preceding that, John. And so that's where our focus is. I mean, the challenge is, think about this as an executive summary of like you said, a 200-page document. And I think what we've put together and what we learn, we are sharing with people so they have full insight into what we actually need to course correct on as we go into these final 189 days left and into the future. So again,
are you going to release? You mentioned an executive summary. Are you going to release an official executive summary? Make that public.
We've been releasing that, John. That's what I've been saying to you.
Well, you said lesson. There's the Democratic playbook, the playbook that you said you can sign up for on DNC for sure. But I know that NBC News said that before Easter, about a month ago, you told DNC officers on a call to expect an executive summary in short order. Officers on that call told NBC they still haven't received one. You told a North Carolina DNC member who was drafting a resolution to force the report's release that a summary was forthcoming, and he backed off based on that promise. So you've been saying in coming weeks on the executive, like when can people expect an accurate
We've already been
summary?
sharing that with a number of folks, and we'll continue to share it with folks.
Why don't you just release it though? Why? What do you mean share it with a number of folks? Why don't you just release it to the public? What's with the secret? Like, you being secret about everything is so fucking concerning. What is in this fucking report? I mean, we know it's Gaza, but like still.
Folks, including the DNC and other people. The reality is we're not hiding the ball on this. We have been sharing those things out. Happy to get you over, what we have been sharing out, John. The reality is that there's no smoking gun here. And as much as people would like to keep focusing in on those pieces, what they're ignoring is that we're sharing out the lessons. We have been incorporating those, and we have actually been.
We are sharing out the lessons, DNC lessons. 2024. I just think this is fucking ridiculous that he won't fucking release it. He shouldn't even have this. Like, this should not even be an issue. Like, what are we doing? Is this it? No. This cannot be it. No. That's not it. Democratic platform, party platform. Interesting. Why is it so hard to find this out? Autopsy. I have an issue with being treated like I'm stupid. Like a lot. Like, if you literally treat me like I'm an idiot, then we're gonna have issues. And that's what pisses me off. And the fact that he refuses to release this because of Gaza, we all know it's because of fucking Gaza. But the fact that he refuses to release this is unacceptable. Just fucking unacceptable. Also, I can't find this stupid fucking... What is he... I can't find this lesson. It should not be this hard to find these lessons either. It should not be this fucking hard.
And putting those lessons into action, which I'm most proud of. Look, we're 189 days away from this election. You said on the top end of this that what you care most about is helping us to win elections. Okay, let's focus on the elections coming up, John. You know what?
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to focus on winning them. I feel like an autopsy on what went wrong and when we lost the popular vote in all those states in 2024, and figuring out what went wrong based on a big report is pretty important for everyone to know.
Yeah. I've spent my entire career, John, as you know, since 1990, winning elections up and down the ballot, both in Minnesota and across the country.
I appreciate that.
And I'm happy to talk to you about winning elections. If you want to actually talk about elections, I'm happy.
Okay, I want to talk about winning elections. So can you please critique the 2024 election? Because you can't win without critiquing your losses. You can't win without making sure that you have turned every stone to figure out why the fuck you'd lost. That's the problem. And this is why people do not trust the fucking Democrats, because they treat us like fucking children.
Happy to talk to you about those. But again, you're proving the point that I think many folks, I think, are frustrated in this party, which is people want to turn backwards to relitigate the 2024 election, to point fingers, to place blame, to
I think you want to learn lessons, like you said.
Well, listen, to win elections.
Point fingers. Yeah. Why is that a bad thing? I point plenty of fingers. Biden gets a finger. Kamala Harris gets a finger. Her fucking campaign gets a finger. I have more pointing I can do, but I want to do it with evidence. And I can't do that with evidence because I don't have the fucking report.
If they want to win elections, I'm happy to share what we learned in the way of the lessons on why we lost the 24 election and the years preceding that. Happy to share those. We're sharing those out with everyone. But again, this conversation doesn't help us actually win elections. All it does is continue to turn people inward. What we need to do is focus on the work we need to do in the 189 days. Learn the lessons. And I'm happy to go over what those lessons are. I'm happy to go over them with anyone who wants to talk about them, John. But what I'm not going to do is release a report that turns everyone backwards, trying to either point fingers or place blame, and actually ignore their own responsibility in helping us to fix the situation.
We can't fix the situation if we don't know what's wrong. We cannot fix the situation if we have no fucking clue what's wrong. Everyone is guessing that it's Gaza. People don't actually know because there's no confirmation. And you saying, well, I'm releasing the lessons don't tell us what's actually wrong. And that is the issue with the Democratic Party as a whole. Y'all fucking refuse criticism and you are scared to know what the public actually thinks.
The reality is we all have a responsibility. Yourself, myself, everyone, in actually learning those lessons, focusing on the upcoming election, putting them into action so we don't repeat those same mistakes. That's what we've been focused on, John.
So Steve Schale, longtime Democratic strategist who's run Florida for the party, told the Washington Examiner that there's a, quote, financial penalty specifically tied to burying the autopsy because donors want a clearer accounting before recommitting. The DNC is entering April with negative net cash on hand. So even on your own, standard of does this help us win, is it possible that the autopsy decision is actually costing you the money you need to win?
That's just inaccurate, John. And I'm sure you follow the campaign finance reports like I do. We raised $105 million in 2025, a record amount of money for the first year.
You're not have negative cash on hand right now. You don't have debt that's made it negative cash on hand.
We do have debt, John, and that's because I took out a loan last year to make sure we can make deep investments.
Why would you take out a loan? Make deep investments. Investments on what? What are you investing in? What?
You know what we've been doing, John? We've raised a record amount of money, $105 million. It's the most.
John looks fucking annoyed. He's like, you aren't giving me the answers that I really fucking want, and I'm not the only one that's getting pissed. I know everyone's pissed.
Most raised for the first year chair of any DNC chair in the history of this party. And you know what's great? What's great about it? We raised in 2017, which is an analogous year, a year right after a presidential loss. Tom Perez raised $40 million less than what we raised this year.
Right, he didn't have the debt that you guys have.
Yes, he did. He had $76 million in debt. And so my point to you is this, John. Okay, I mean we can trade in all of this, but let's actually trade in facts. $105 million was raised. $85 million of it came from grassroots donors, which is a record amount of grassroots donations raised in the history of the Democratic Party. That shows the energy that's out there. The average contribution is $51 by the.
If I blink 1,000 times, then what I'm telling you is truthful, and you have to fucking believe me.
The way, John, and we raised more than any of the other committees last year. The DS, the DCCC, and I will just tell you this: all of the Republican committees raised more than the DNC. And so that's just a reality of coming out of a year when you lose the presidential election, when you're the party that's out of power. Of course, you're going to not raise as much money as the Republicans. But to suggest that we're not raising money is inaccurate. We raised $32 million. We raised $32 million in the first quarter. But what we're doing that's a little different, John, is we're spending it. We're raising it and we're spending it. Because one of the lessons we learned...
But you're spending more than you have. I mean, so you guys have 13.9 million cash on hand, right? I'm reading the report. 13.9 million cash on hand, 18.3 million in debt. So that's roughly negative $4.4 million. And I know it's a tough environment for the party out of power, but the DSCC and the DCCC and these Senate candidates have plenty of money. They're all doing great. So it seems like this is an issue unique to the DNC.
That's not accurate, John. Listen,
what part is not accurate?
The reality is we're spending money.
He looks pissed. He's like, we're spending money. Okay, you're spending money you don't have is what you keep telling me. You are spending money that you do not fucking have. For what reasons? You refuse to let us know.
Money as we raise it to win elections and to build infrastructure. We have invested.
What infrastructure are you talking about? Like, that's the other thing he keeps saying, building infrastructure. I don't know what he's talking about. I really don't.
Did significant amounts of money, record investments in Virginia and New Jersey, investments in Mississippi in their state legislative races to help them flip the state, the Republican supermajority in their state legislature, investments in the Miami mayoral race to help us win a Democratic elected mayor in the first time in 30 years, investments in the PSC races in Georgia to help us win the first two non-federal elected races, statewide races in 20 years. In their history, investments throughout the country, up and down the ballot, and investments in infrastructure, including the largest investments ever in a 50-state party strategy, where we're making the biggest investments in building out the infrastructure of our state and local party committees. One of the lessons we learned, by the way, John, from the last election is that we waited too long to spend money. In fact, the Republican Party, starting in 2020, right after Biden won that race, the Democratic Party packed up the campaign infrastructure. Trump and the Republicans kept going. They kept spending money. They kept organizing. They kept communicating with...
Because they have fucking billionaires on hand. That's why. You guys don't have as many billionaires on hand.
Voters. We did not. And as a result, they had a 3.5-year-long head start and going into the 2024 election. We had 10 million Democrats who actually chose the couch instead of voting in 2024. And part of the reason why is because we weren't communicating with them early and often. What did the Democratic Party decide last year to start doing? We have our local listener program that's already engaging through year-round organizing those voters who dropped off in 2024. You have to spend money to win elections. And one of the lessons we learned is if we wait.
No. You have to have good policies to win elections. You spent billions of dollars with Kamala Harris, and that still wasn't enough. You fucking lost. Spending money does not win you elections. Good policies win you elections.
Now, look, I know you came up in a certain time and day in politics, but the old conventional wisdom, John, it doesn't fly anymore. The old conventional wisdom is that you waited to make investments until the final 3 months of the election because that's when people were paying attention. Well, guess what? That's bullshit. It's shown. We have to start early. We have to build that infrastructure. We have to flex that muscle early of having conversations with voters so that we actually position ourselves to win. Now, are you criticizing me for spending money early? Because that seems to be what the thing is. And guess what?
No. I think it's great that you're spending money early. And I think it's very important to invest in state parties. I think a 50-state strategy is extremely important. But we're talking about two different things. We're talking about spending money and raising money. And you raised $11.4 million in March. The RNC raised double that in March. And so if you're going to spend that much money, obviously you have to also raise the money too, because otherwise the difference between investment and just outrunning your costs and taking on a loan because of that doesn't seem like much of a difference to me.
It's not outrunning our costs, John, because we're able to make.
You're in fucking debt. What do you mean? You're in fucking debt. What are you talking about? You are not making money because no one fucking is donating to you.
Investments all throughout the country, and race after race in our state party infrastructure, in our local party infrastructure. You know, if we weren't able to keep up in terms of building out this infrastructure, then there would be a problem. We've won over 90% of the elections on the ballot, and most of them, if not all of them, we had a direct involvement in. And I just say this to you, John, because, you know, it was a bet we made, and I get it. You know, again, all the folks in D.C., what they like to, they seem obsessed about, and they spend a lot of time thinking about is how much money do people have on hand versus actually what are you doing to build out the infrastructure to win? And what is the role of a political party, John? At the end of the day, our job is to build infrastructure that our candidates can tap into, to do the things that.
But isn't the most important job of a DNC chair to go and raise money? And obviously,
guess what? The job of the DNC
unfortunately,
chair, the job of the DNC chair is singular. It's to win. And guess what I've been doing the last year and a half? Win. And guess what I did for 14 years in a very purple state? Win, John. Right. And I'm just telling you right now.
Oh my God, this fucking cockiness. What have I been doing 14 years? Win. Bitch, we are living in a fascist fucking regime right now. I don't want to hear all this bragging about winning. We're literally living under a fascist Nazi. Like, come on.
You and others who continue to bet against the DNC, keep betting. Because
he's not betting against the DNC. The fuck? Here you go again. Lack of being able to take criticism. You need to learn to take criticism. Saying, show us the fucking autopsy report doesn't mean that he's against the fucking DNC. I'm against the DNC. He's not. He just wants the autopsy report. That's just insane to say. God, I fucking hate these Diet Coke Republicans. Like, they piss me off so fucking much because they refuse to see what's right fucking in front of them.
Guess what? Here's the reality, John. We're winning. And we're winning because I'm defying.
Right, but the investments you're making are not. I mean, you obviously there's a difference between off-year elections and midterm elections.
You're not winning because you're using money, buddy. You're winning because you're the only other choice on the fucking ballot. That's not like, which makes it even more confusing why you're spending money.
And what it's going to take to build the kind of infrastructure we need to win in 2028, right? I mean, I just think that's you've talked a lot about investing in state parties. The headline number is $20,000 a month per state. My understanding is that also includes like the Democratic Party of Guam and the Party of the Northern Mariana Islands, who get this basically the same check as Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or North Carolina. I get that every state and territory has DNC members. Every one of them voted in the DNC election. You won. But it's also a real chunk of money that's flowing to places without federal races. And so I just wonder if you have this much debt, is like that the right allocation of money to be giving it to state parties in Guam and Northern Mariana Islands when, you know, Axios reported that there's also
Why are we giving money to Guam? Would be my, like, what? Guam is so important to further our ambitions. This is why we need Guam. Like, what?
Contemplating layoffs at the DNC.
There's no, again, John, you're just throwing out a bunch of garbage. We've never contemplated.
That's what the report was.
We've never contemplated layoffs at the DNC. I haven't laid anyone off since I've been a DNC chair. Okay. And so I just want to be very clear with you again and your listeners, because you're just repeating garbage, pot shots at the DNC. I'm used to taking the pot shots, by the way, and I think the mistake that
I'm used to taking pot shots, but I'm continuing to say this is baloney, even though I have not shown any proof that it's baloney, because when I'm told what is being written and reported, I am saying it's a lie. And you have to trust me on my word. That's what you sound like.
That you and others make is, somehow, I just don't care. I came to this job for one thing, which is to win. And if it wasn't,
so you think this, but you think that state, but you think the state party allocation to like to Guam and everything is worthwhile allocation of funds?
I think it is a worthwhile allocation because when we organize everywhere, we can win anywhere. And it's important for us not to just focus on federal power at the expense of state and local power. This is where I'm challenging the conventional wisdom of all these smart people in Washington, D.C. here, which is that the only thing that matters is control of Congress and the presidency. My job is to help us win everywhere, to build power up and down the ballot throughout the country, including in our territories. And so you and I can just disagree on whether or not those are investments that are worthwhile. I believe they are worthwhile. It's important for us to actually build power for our party and our party values everywhere there's Democrats, and we're going to continue to do that. And so whether you think that's a worthwhile investment or not, that's fine. You can take your check back if you don't believe it's a good investment, John. But let me just say this. The role of the Democratic Party is to build infrastructure everywhere so that we can win. Let me give you a couple of examples of what that infrastructure is. Our voter file and our organizing tools and our data, every candidate, whether they're running for school board or president, relies on that. We spend over $10 million a year on that, John. That's a critical piece of the infrastructure that people rely on. Without the DNC, they would have to do that on their own, all of these candidates. Our voter protection and legal infrastructure that we build. Every committee and every candidate relies on us to be out there filing lawsuits and protecting the vote. We filed over 1,000 lawsuits, which is a record number of lawsuits over the last year alone, right? Including being lead plaintiffs in many of the big lawsuits challenging Trump's executive orders. This is a piece of the infrastructure people rely on.
On that, you mentioned the voter file.
Yeah.
There's been a talk that a meaningful chunk of the DNC's debt traces to the committee buying the Harris campaign's voter file. Is that accurate? Did you guys buy the Harris campaign's voter file?
No.
That didn't happen?
No, you're talking about buying a fundraising list, but that's not a voter file.
The fundraising list.
Yeah.
Did you?
Why would they buy that? What was the point of that?
Of course we purchased that.
I was just wondering about the rationale for that because it feels like the DNC and the Harris campaign were operating off largely the same data infrastructure during the campaign. So what did buying the list?
You're confusing two things, John. Data infrastructure and fundraising list. Those are separate things. And
But even on the fundraising list, you guys didn't work off, that was additive. Their fundraising list for $6.5 million was additive to that. That was a good investment.
We purchased that list. And let me just say this, John.
But why?
That happens all the time in campaigns and elections, as you know.
Oh, I know. It's just a big chunk of money. That's why.
But why? There's no point in purchasing the list considering that Kamala Harris fucking lost. Why would you purchase? Why would anyone give anything to the DNC after you fucking lost to a pedophile human trafficker that wears diapers and can't read?
So I was just wondering.
But as you know, John, that happens all the time. So it's not unique to this DNC. It's not unique to prior DNC chairs. It's not unique to campaigns or elections. Frankly, campaigns and elections, campaigns at the end of an election sell their list to cover their debt. And so there's nothing new about that, John. And of course, that's one of the biggest lists and the most valuable lists out there. It's a great investment for the DNC. I'm trying to actually help us raise money so we can compete, so we can win. And that was not only a great investment, it's already paid for itself, and we're glad to be able to do that. And, we buy lists all the time. That's what people do in this business.
Pod Save America Breaking News is brought to you by Act Blue. Act Blue provides Democrats. Here's the reason I'm just being so tough about all of this. I just think that what I have seen happen before is especially in off-year elections, midterm elections, when we have the wind at our back, and I feel great about the midterms. I feel really excited about the off-year elections too. As we head towards 2028, look, I saw this in 2022. We did well enough in the midterms, and Democratic insiders, Biden administration, everyone else were saying, you know what? This proves that we're going to win in 2024, and we're in great shape. And God, I hope so, because I think we need to win 2028 more than anything. But it concerns me that I see two things. One, this autopsy, which you campaigned on releasing, and I know you're releasing lessons, but are hiding still plenty of the details in the autopsy, and I just can't figure out what details that are in there that you don't want out there because you don't trust people with, because they're going to, I guess, argue about them, because it feels like we really need a robust discussion about where the party's headed, not just pundits like me, but the state party chairs and the DNC committee members who are asking you to release it. They're asking you to release it.
I know you want to keep focusing on that, and that's fine.
Well, and I'm saying, and I do think that affects and the fundraising isn't going well either. So I feel
John,
like that's
the fundraising, that is just completely inaccurate, John.
You had a great first year in 2025,
and we've had a great first quarter. $32 million we raised in the first quarter. We raised $4 million in March than Tom Perez did in 2018.
That's excluding debt, though.
We have 50% more cash on hand than Tom Perez did.
But you're excluding debt. You don't have 50% more cash on hand if you include your debt.
John, we do. Because at the end of the day, we can pay that debt off whenever the hell we want.
Then pay it off.
I can hold that debt until the end of the year. So the reality is there's nothing that's holding me back in terms of the cash I have, the cash on hand I have to spend it on elections. I can carry that debt all the way through the end of this year and beyond if I want. So that's just inaccurate. I know you know.
But that doesn't make any sense. Why would you carry the debt? This doesn't make sense.
Campaigns, but you're just spewing stuff out that's just wrong.
I'm saying that I saw that talking point about 50% more, and it's based on excluding the debt. So that's why
we raised $32 million in the first quarter. Okay, we have $15 million on hand. We're able to spend that money on continuing to build our infrastructure and to help us win elections. Okay, and we've continued to raise money. Nothing has slowed down. In fact, the fundraising has picked up significantly since even the last November's elections in 2025. So, listen.
And I know the grassroots fundraising has been great. I know that. I concede that for sure. There's plenty of reports about this. I've talked to plenty of people about this, that a lot of the big donors still have not come off the sidelines. And part of the reason is that there's a trust issue based partly on the autopsy.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing that, John, and I appreciate that. And you know, I don't believe that to be the case. Maybe you're talking to donors that I'm not. I highly doubt it, but the donors I'm talking to who are holding back, they're not holding back because they're frustrated with me. And they're not holding back because they're frustrated with the DNC. Just the opposite. And so I think people see that we are...
Then why are they holding back? That doesn't make any sense.
Actually putting into action the lessons we've learned. We're actually building the infrastructure we need. We're competing up in the down the ballot. We're making the investments throughout the country to make sure that we're organizing everywhere. I mean, part of the challenge, John, is we've talked about this on the show before, that this party for years, and this is why I ran for it, has had a very myopic vision of just focusing in on one campaign cycle, one candidate, one campaign at the expense of a long-term strategy. And for us to break out of that, we actually have to have a long-term strategy, and that requires us to build through the lens of building long-term infrastructure. And so, you know, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you throw all your eggs into one basket, which is one campaign or one campaign cycle, then you've built nothing permanent. Or if you do as I am, right, which is to start building the permanent infrastructure we need to have a long-term strategy, then you get blamed because you don't have enough cash on hand to compete with the Republicans. Well, the reality is we've been competing with the Republicans and building the long-term infrastructure at the same time. And so what I would ask you to do is just think about this differently. The old conventional wisdom of how we do campaigns. I came in here, and as I said, I'm challenging that conventional wisdom. I'm challenging the idea that we just invest in the final 3 months at the expense of a long-term strategy. I'm challenging the conventional wisdom that we just focus on federal power at the expense of state and local power, right? I am challenging the conventional wisdom that we just focus on 7 battleground states at the expense of the rest of this country. So I get that that frustrates people, John. But guess what? It will pay dividends. It already is, both in the short term, and it will pay.
But the thing is, and this is what's very frustrating, is, and what I feel like they're refusing to see, or they just don't want to accept, is the only reason you're winning so much is because the Republicans are destroying this fucking country, and they are done with fascists. So the other option is voting Democrat. That's the only reason. You haven't really won much when you refuse to be honest, when you refuse to admit when you're wrong. You refuse to listen. No one really cares what you have to say about lessons. If you don't show the full report, if you don't actually listen to your constituents, if you don't actually listen to the base, no one gives a flying fuck what you have to say.
Dividends in the long term as this map shifts underneath of our feet in the next 4 to 6 years. So I say all this. I get where your frustration comes from, right? But as I said, and I get it. There were people, including you and others, who are in a different place on this chair's race. But since I've come here, I have won. And you can't ignore that fact. We have won. I would go and ask you to talk to Eileen Higgins, the mayor of...
No, you didn't win. Because the most important race you fucking lost. So no, you didn't win.
Of Miami. I would go and ask you to talk to Alicia Johnson and Peter Hubbard, the new PSC commissioners in Georgia. I would go and ask you to talk to Mikey Sherrill in New Jersey. I would go and ask you and talk to Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. I would go to ask you to talk to Taylor Ramett in Fort Worth, Texas, and many, many other campaigns and candidates that we've helped over the course of the last year and a half. Because what they will tell you is that the DNC was critically involved in those races. Was that a good investment? I suppose by some people's standards, no, because we're not hoarding our money for the November election to win back control of Congress. Well, guess what?
I want to make sure you guys have enough money, and I know there's fundraising issues that RNC raised nearly double than you guys, so I want to make sure you have enough money, and the DS and the D-Trip and everyone else and the Senate candidates are raising a whole bunch of money and matching Republicans, so I just want to make sure you guys have the money.
They're not matching Republicans.
As well.
There's not matching Republicans. Every Republican committee outraised their counterpart. The RNC,
not by double as with you guys in the RNC, but I hear your point.
They didn't outraise us by double either. We raised $32 million to their $56 million or $54 million.
I'm going by the March numbers, which is 11 to 21. But I hear you. All right. Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate you answering these questions. And I do hope it was interesting to learn that you do still plan on releasing an executive summary of the full after action report publicly to people who want it. That is coming soon, I guess.
We've been releasing those. We'll continue to release those.
We've been releasing them. You've been releasing an executive summary, or you've been doing individual
lessons? We've been releasing those lessons. The lessons are the summary.
The fucking lessons.
We've been releasing those since the beginning of this year. In briefing after briefing, we published them in our playbook, as I mentioned. We'll continue to release them. And
just fucking release the whole report. This is stupid.
So if anyone wants to see some of that work already, go to dnc.org/playbook, and you can see how we're already.
You guys really don't make it fucking easy, that's for sure. Here we go. Access the playbook. No, I don't want to do that. Oh, I have to give them my email? Ugh. I don't want to do that. That's annoying. I don't want to give them my email. Well, I don't know. Okay. So overall, I think that was a really, really important interview because it shows that the Democrats still will refuse to learn. They don't know. They're refusing to acknowledge what is right in front of their face. If they do not get ahead of the fact that there's zero trust in between the Democratic base and the Democratic leadership, then it's gonna fall apart. And it's just, this whole situation, I think, is just very, very frustrating. And I just do not agree with Ken Martin at all refuse. I don't give a fuck if the issue is Gaza. I don't give a fuck if the issue is about Biden refusing to dropping out early. The fact that you refuse to release the autopsy report makes you look like a chicken shit. And also, you shouldn't have that decision. You should not be able to make that decision. You had hundreds of thousands of people give you their hard-earned money because they believed in you. And for you to say, fuck you, I'm not going to listen to the one request you have. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. It's not okay. Like, it's just not. So, I don't know. It's pretty frustrating. But yeah, I mean, I do not know how people cannot get to the fact that if you want trust throughout the party, you have to do things that are uncomfortable. You have to face criticism that you don't want to face. You just have to. And yet they refuse. And I don't get it. I don't get it. So yeah, I don't know. That is it for today. The goal is to stream tomorrow, but it's supposed to rain, so I don't know if my migraine's going to kick in. So planning that. But follow me on all socials. I hope this was enjoyable. And yeah, I hope you have a wonderful day or night wherever you are. And I will see you later. Bye.
Ronnie Corazón, dame ron, dame calor, dame un poco de sabor, que la vida se nos va si no se aprende a gozar. Con los panas en el bar siempre hay algo que cantar. Una pena, una mujer o una historia que perder.